Welcome, adventurers. Tonight, beneath the flickering torchlight of our grand hall, we gather to share legendary tales from distant realms, stories of magic, monsters, and mighty heroes, to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we cross into the veil of slumber, take a moment to cast a support spell, smash the like button, and join our growing adventuring party by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what realm you're watching from. Whether you're tuning in from Waterdeep, the Sword Coast, or a cozy tavern in California, share your location in the comments below. Your presence strengthens our fellowship and helps our magical community grow ever stronger. Now, the dice have been rolled, and the time for storytelling has come. Get in a comfortable position, dim the lights, and let the journey begin. Chapter 1. The Eternal Courts. All power without mortality breeds a cruelty beyond mortal comprehension, for those who cannot die have no understanding of the value of life. In realms where emotion becomes law and whim shapes reality, the immortal rulers who govern by passion alone create paradises that are simultaneously hells. Tonight, we pierce the veil between worlds to witness the terrible beauty of the Feywild's sovereign lords, the Archfey, whose eternal courts dance on the precipice between wonder and nightmare. Beyond the material plane, where logic bends like reeds in an otherworldly wind, lies the Feywild, a reflection of our world painted in hues too vibrant for mortal eyes to perceive without weeping. Here, the very air thrums with primal magic, and the landscape shifts according to the emotional resonance of those who dare to tread upon its enchanted soil. Mountains rise and fall with the breathing of sleeping giants. Forests bloom and wither in moments that stretch like centuries, and rivers flow upward towards stars that sing lullabies of madness and desire. It is within this realm of impossible beauty and alien logic that the Archfey hold dominion, beings of such ancient power that they have forgotten what it means to be bound by the natural order. They are not gods, though mortals have mistaken them for divinity countless times throughout history. They are something far more dangerous, immortal creatures driven by pure emotion, untempered by the wisdom that comes with mortality's fleeting nature. Where gods might act with cosmic purpose, the Archfey act from passion, caprice, and the endless boredom that comes with eternal existence. The courts of the Archfey are not mere political structures, but living embodiments of fundamental forces that govern the Feywild itself. Each court represents not just a seasonal cycle or emotional state, but an entire philosophy of existence, a way of being that has been refined over millennia until it has become as immutable as natural law. The summer court burns with the intensity of pure joy and the terrible heat of unchecked passion, while the winter court embodies the crystalline perfection of sorrow and the beautiful cruelty of absolute truth. Between these extremes dance the lesser courts, the courts of spring's wild growth and autumn's melancholic harvest, each ruled by beings whose power could reshape continents if they deigned to notice the material plane at all. The Archfey themselves are creatures of paradox, beautiful beyond description yet terrible in their alien perfection. They appear as idealized versions of mortal races, elves of impossible grace, humans of flawless beauty, creatures that seem familiar until one looks into their eyes and sees the vast, cold intelligence of something that has never known fear, never felt the urgency of mortality, never understood that some prices are too high to pay. Their beauty is a weapon as sharp as any blade, their charm a trap more dangerous than any snare, for they offer mortals their heart's desire, while caring nothing for the consequences that follow. To understand the Archfey, one must first grasp the nature of Fey contracts, those terrible bargains that bind mortal souls to immortal whims with words as unbreakable as iron chains. These are not simple agreements, but living things, woven from the very fabric of the Feywild itself, sustained by the emotional resonance between the contracting parties. A mortal who seeks to bargain with an Archfey enters into a relationship that transcends mere transaction. They become bound to a being whose motivations are as alien as they are absolute. The price of such bargains is never what it seems. A young maiden who asks for beauty receives it, but finds that her reflection shows only the decay she will suffer in centuries hence. A warrior who seeks strength gains the power to crush mountains, but loses the ability to touch anything gently, watching love crumble to dust in his iron grip. A scholar who desires knowledge receives answers to every question, but finds that the truth drives away everyone he has ever loved. The Archfey do not lie in these bargains. They are creatures of their word, bound by oaths older than civilizations, but they understand that the greatest cruelties are often delivered through the granting of one's deepest desires. Each Archfey embodies not just power, but a fundamental truth about the nature of desire itself. They are mirrors held up to mortal nature, reflecting back our deepest wants in forms so pure and terrible that they reveal the inherent dangers of getting exactly what we think we want. The Summer Queen's court shows us the consuming nature of joy, unchecked by wisdom, while the Winter Lord's domain reveals the terrible peace that comes when all warmth has fled from the world. The Green Lord demonstrates the savage beauty of nature without civilization's restraint, while the Queen of Air and Darkness embodies the seductive appeal of secrets that should never be known. The courts themselves are monuments to the emotional states their rulers embody. The Summer Court exists in a state of eternal noon, where golden light falls like honey through crystal leaves, and every flower blooms with a perfection that brings tears to mortal eyes. Yet this paradise carries the seeds of its own terror, for the light that seems so beautiful burns away the shadows where mercy might hide, leaving only the harsh truth of absolute judgment. Those who displease the Summer Queen find that even paradise can become a prison when every ray of sunlight carries the weight of divine disappointment. The Winter Court, by contrast, offers a different kind of terrible beauty, the crystalline perfection of ice palaces that ring like bells in the wind, frozen gardens where every branch and leaf has been transformed into sculpture more beautiful than any mortal artist could conceive. Here, time moves differently, if it moves at all, and visitors find themselves caught in moments of perfect clarity that stretch toward infinity. The cold is not merely physical but emotional, stripping away all the comfortable lies mortals tell themselves until only the stark truth remains. Many who visit the Winter Court are driven to madness, not by cruelty, but by the unbearable weight of seeing themselves exactly as they truly are. Between these extremes of perfect summer and eternal winter dance, the courts of the transitional seasons, each ruled by Archfey, whose domains reflect the complex emotions of change itself. The Spring Court embodies the wild, uncontrolled growth of new life, where every impulse toward creation is magnified until it becomes a force of nature. Here, love becomes obsession, hope becomes desperate hunger, and the joy of new beginnings transforms into the terrible urgency of time running out. The Autumn Court, meanwhile, reflects the bittersweet nature of endings, where every moment is treasured because it cannot last, where beauty is heightened by the knowledge of its impermanence. The politics of the Archfey courts are as complex and dangerous as the emotions they embody. Ancient alliances shift like shadows at twilight. Love affairs span millennia before dissolving into hatred more pure than any mortal could comprehend, and grudges are nursed across centuries until they become forces capable of reshaping the Feywild itself. Mortals who become entangled in these immortal dramas find themselves playing roles in stories whose beginnings they cannot know and whose endings may not come for 1,000 years. Yet perhaps the most terrifying aspect of the Archfey is not their power, but their complete inability to understand the mortal perspective. They view mortal lives as mortals might view the brief dance of mayflies, beautiful in its own way, but ultimately too fleeting to merit serious consideration. When an Archfey grants a boon that will transform a mortal's life, they do so with the casual regard one might show when tossing a coin to a street performer. The devastating consequences that follow are not born of malice, but of a fundamental inability to comprehend that brief lives can contain depths of meaning that even immortal existence cannot match. This disconnect between immortal perspective and mortal experience creates a tragic irony at the heart of every Fey bargain. The Archfey, in their eternal existence, seek the one thing their immortality has denied them, the intensity of experience that comes with knowing that each moment might be one's last. They are drawn to mortals not out of kindness or cruelty, but out of a desperate hunger for the authentic emotions that only finite beings can feel. In their attempts to capture this essence, they inevitably destroy the very thing they seek to possess, like children trying to hold on to soap bubbles. The servants of the Archfey, fey creatures of lesser power who populate their courts, reflect the emotional spectrum of their masters in diminished but still dangerous forms. Pixies embody childlike wonder, twisted by immortal perspective, their pranks carrying consequences that might echo through generations. Dryads represent the possessive love of nature for itself, beautiful and nurturing until crossed, when they reveal the terrible wrath of the wild places. Satyrs embody desire unbound by consequence, their revelries leaving mortals forever changed, unable to find satisfaction in the mundane pleasures of their own world. The seasonal turning of the courts themselves follows patterns older than recorded history, great wheels of power that determine not just the weather of the Feywild, but the emotional climate of the realms that border it. When the summer court holds ascendancy, passion burns brighter in mortal hearts, love affairs begin with desperate intensity, and heroes rise to attempt impossible quests. When winter's influence waxes strong, the world grows contemplative and cold, truth becomes easier to see but harder to bear, and the wise retreat to warm hearths to wait for gentler seasons. These cycles of power are not mere cosmic mechanics, but reflections of the great dramas that play out among the Archfey themselves. Ancient loves and eternal hatreds ebb and flow like tides, pulling the very fabric of reality along with them. When the Summer Queen and the Winter Lord meet at the borders of their domains, their interaction determines whether the mortal world will experience gentle spring rains or devastating storms. When the Queen of Air and Darkness plots against her ancient rivals, shadows lengthen across multiple planes of existence, and mortals find their dreams haunted by whispers of secrets they were never meant to know. The magic that flows from the courts of the Archfey is unlike any other force in the multiverse. It is not the ordered power that wizards study, or the divine energy that clerics channel, but something far more primal and dangerous, raw emotion given form and substance. This wild magic responds not to formulas or prayers, but to the authentic feelings of those who dare to call upon it. A bard who sings of true love might find their words carrying the power to heal broken hearts, while a poet whose verses spring from genuine sorrow could inadvertently curse their audience to share their pain. Mortals who have experienced the courts of the Archfey and return to tell of it speak of transformations that go far deeper than mere physical change. They describe seeing colors that have no names in mortal tongues, hearing music that makes all earthly songs seem like crude noise by comparison, and feeling emotions so pure and intense that they forever change one's understanding of what it means to be alive. Yet these same witnesses also speak of the terrible price of such revelations. The way mundane reality becomes flat and gray by comparison, the way mortal relationships seem shallow and fleeting when measured against immortal passion. The influence of the Archfey extends far beyond the boundaries of the Feywild itself, reaching into the dreams and desires of mortals who have never heard their names. Artists find themselves painting landscapes they have never seen, depicting courts of impossible beauty, with details so precise that scholars wonder if they are memories rather than imagination. Musicians compose melodies that seem to carry whispers of otherworldly languages, songs that make listeners weep without understanding why. Writers craft stories of love and loss that feel more real than their own lives, tales that seem to write themselves with an urgency that transcends conscious creation. The druids and rangers who guard the boundaries between worlds speak of places where the Feywild bleeds through into the material plane, fairy rings where time moves differently, groves where the seasons change with each step, clearings where mortals have vanished only to return decades later, with no memory of the time that has passed. These thin places in reality serve as reminders that the wall between worlds is not as solid as most mortals believe. and that the attention of the Archfey can fall upon anyone who wanders too far from civilization's protective embrace. Even the gods themselves regard the Archfey with a mixture of respect and wariness, for these beings possess a kind of power that divine authority cannot easily command or control. Where gods rule through cosmic law and moral imperative, the Archfey govern through pure emotional authenticity, making them both invaluable allies and dangerous enemies. Some deities have sought to bind the Archfey to their service, only to discover that beings who embody pure emotion cannot be constrained by duty or obligation. Others have learned to approach them as equals, treating with them as one sovereign power to another, accepting that some realms must remain forever outside divine dominion. The greatest tragedy of the Archfey may be their inability to change or grow in any meaningful way. Locked into the emotional states they embody, they are condemned to repeat the same patterns across eternity, the Summer Queen forever burning with passion that consumes everything it touches, the Winter Lord eternally frozen in the moment of his greatest sorrow, the Green Lord trapped in an endless cycle of savage joy that knows no mercy. They are perfect beings in the most literal sense, having achieved an emotional purity so complete that it has become their prison. This eternal stasis extends to their relationships with one another, creating dramas that play out across millennia with the inevitability of cosmic clockwork. Ancient betrayals are forever fresh, eternal loves remain forever unconsummated, and grudges burn with the heat of their first kindling across centuries of repetition. The Archfey are condemned to be exactly what they are, forever and always, their very perfection denying them the capacity for the growth and change that give meaning to mortal existence. Yet, in their terrible perfection, the Archfey serve as mirrors to mortal nature, reflecting back truths about desire, emotion, and the human condition that are too pure and painful to perceive directly. They show us what we might become if we achieved our deepest desires without wisdom to guide us, if we possessed power without responsibility, if we experienced emotion without the tempering influence of mortality's brief span. As we prepare to delve deeper into the specific courts and their immortal rulers, we must remember that the Archfey are not villains in any conventional sense, nor are they heroes. They are forces of nature given consciousness and will, as beautiful and terrible as the emotions they embody. To understand them is to understand the deepest truths about desire itself, that getting what we want is often more terrible than being denied it, that perfection is a kind of death, and that the greatest gifts often come wrapped in packages too beautiful to refuse and too dangerous to accept. In the courts of the Archfey, every dream comes true, and every dream fulfilled becomes a nightmare. It is in this paradox that we find the eternal truth of desire itself, that the heart wants what it wants, regardless of consequence, and that the most dangerous temptations are often those that promise to give us exactly what we think we need. Chapter 2. The Summer Queen's Radiance. Beauty without compassion becomes the cruelest weapon ever forged, for it promises salvation while delivering only destruction. In the realm where perfection reigns eternal, the most radiant light casts the deepest shadows, and the warmest embrace burns away everything it claims to protect. Tonight, we turn our gaze upon Titania, the Summer Queen, whose golden court embodies the terrible truth that paradise achieved becomes paradise lost the moment it is possessed. In the heart of the Feywild, where eternal summer reigns beneath skies of liquid gold, stands the Palace of Eternal Noon, a structure so magnificent that mortal architects weep when they attempt to describe its impossible geometry. Here, crystalline spires twist upward like frozen flames, their surfaces catching and amplifying sunlight until the very air shimmers with luminous power. Gardens of impossible beauty stretch in all directions, where every flower blooms in perpetual perfection, where golden fruits hang heavy on silver branches, and where the grass itself seems woven from strands of emerald light. It is here that Titania holds court, the undisputed sovereign of summer's endless day, a being of such radiant beauty that even her enemies cannot deny the terrible magnificence of her presence. She appears as the idealized form of elven nobility, tall and graceful beyond mortal comprehension, her skin holding the warm glow of afternoon sunlight, her hair flowing like spun gold caught in an eternal breeze. Her eyes burn with the intensity of solar fire, beautiful and terrible, promising warmth and light, while concealing the consuming heat that has reduced countless suitors to ash and memory. The Summer Queen's beauty is not merely aesthetic but ontological. She is beauty made manifest, the living embodiment of every mortal dream of perfection given form and consciousness. To look upon her is to understand why poets spend lifetimes searching for words that could capture even a fragment of her radiance, why artists go mad, attempting to paint even her shadow, why lovers abandon everything they have known to chase the impossible dream of winning her attention. Yet this same beauty that inspires such devotion is precisely what makes her so dangerous. For Titania's perfection admits no compromise, no flaw, no mercy for those who cannot match her impossible standards. The court that surrounds her reflects this terrible perfection in every detail. Her nobles are beings of such ethereal grace that they seem more like living sculptures than actual creatures, each one crafted to embody a specific aspect of summer's glory. The Lord of Golden Winds commands the very air to carry the scent of perfect flowers, while the Lady of Honey Streams ensures that every fountain runs with nectar sweeter than any mortal has ever tasted. The Knight of Blazing Noon stands eternal guard with armor that burns like captured sunlight, his blade forever sharp with the edge of cutting light itself. Yet beneath the surface perfection of Titania's realm lies a truth that even her most devoted servants dare not speak aloud, that the Summer Queen's love is as consuming as her beauty, burning away everything it touches in its desperate hunger for reciprocation. She has loved mortals with a passion that poets celebrate and philosophers fear, granting them glimpses of paradise that spoil them forever for the ordinary world. These favored lovers find themselves transformed by her attention, their mortal forms elevated to impossible beauty, their lifespans extended to match the seasons of her affection. But the Summer Queen's love, like summer itself, cannot last forever. When her passion cools, and it always cools, for even immortal hearts are subject to the changing seasons of desire, her former lovers find themselves cast out from paradise, left to wander the world as living reminders of beauty lost. They age rapidly, their borrowed perfection crumbling like autumn leaves, their memories of perfect love becoming torments that drive them to madness or death. Some seek to return to her court, begging for another chance to bask in her radiance, only to discover that the Summer Queen's attention, once withdrawn, can never be truly reclaimed. The rivalry between Titania and her dark sister, the Queen of Air and Darkness, defines the very nature of the Feywild's eternal conflict between light and shadow, revelation and mystery, burning truth and comfortable lies. Where Titania embodies the terrible honesty of perfect light, her sister represents the seductive appeal of shadows that hide uncomfortable truths. Their ancient enmity has its roots in a betrayal so profound that it reshaped the very fabric of the Feywild, dividing what was once a unified realm into opposing courts of summer and winter, light and darkness, creation and destruction. Legend speaks of a time when the two queens were not enemies, but aspects of a single divine consciousness, representing the dual nature of beauty itself, its power to illuminate and its capacity to blind, its ability to inspire and its tendency to destroy. Some scholars believe they were once mortal sisters, elevated to immortality through a bargain whose price was their humanity. Others claim they are fragments of a shattered goddess, condemned to eternal conflict because neither can exist without the other. The truth, like so many truths in the Feywild, remains hidden behind veils of symbolism and metaphor, accessible only to those willing to pay the price of absolute knowledge. What is certain is that their rivalry has shaped the destiny of countless mortals who have been drawn into their eternal game of cosmic chess. Heroes have risen and fallen at their whims, kingdoms have prospered or crumbled according to their favor, and the very seasons themselves reflect the ebb and flow of their ancient war. When Titania's power waxes strong, the world experiences years of abundant harvests and passionate romances, but also devastating droughts and the kind of burning clarity that strips away all comfortable illusions. When her influence wanes, the Queen of Air and Darkness gains ascendancy, bringing with her the cool relief of shadows and the dangerous gift of secrets that mortals were never meant to know. The Summer Queen's court operates according to laws that reflect her essential nature. Everything must be perfect, everything must be beautiful, and everything must burn with the intensity of absolute truth. There is no room in her realm for the comfortable lies that make mortal existence bearable, no tolerance for the small compromises that allow imperfect beings to coexist. Those who seek audience with Titania must be prepared to have every flaw, every secret, every hidden shame exposed to the merciless light of her attention. This demand for perfection extends to every aspect of her realm. The servants of the Summer Queen are not merely beautiful but impossibly so, each one a living work of art that makes mortal beauty seem crude and unfinished by comparison. They move with grace that seems to bend the very laws of physics, speak in voices that carry the music of perfect harmony, and radiate an aura of contentment that comes from knowing they are exactly what they were meant to be. Yet this perfection comes at a price. They have no capacity for growth, no ability to change or adapt, no possibility of becoming anything other than what they already are. The magic that flows through Titania's domain is unlike the wild, chaotic energy that characterizes much of the Feywild. Here, power moves according to aesthetic principles, shaped by the Summer Queen's vision of how magic should appear and feel. Spells cast in her presence take on forms of impossible beauty. Fireballs become miniature suns that illuminate without burning. Healing magic manifests as showers of golden light that repair both body and spirit, and illusions achieve a perfection of detail that makes them more real than reality itself. Those mortals who have experienced Titania's magic speak of transformations that go far beyond the physical. They describe seeing the world with eyes that suddenly perceive the underlying beauty in all things, understanding the hidden patterns that connect all living creatures, and feeling a love so pure and perfect that it makes all previous emotions seem like pale shadows. Yet they also speak of the terrible isolation that comes with such revelation, the way perfect understanding separates one from those who still live in the comfortable darkness of ignorance. The Summer Queen's generosity is as legendary as her beauty, but like all gifts from the Archfey, it comes with prices that are not always immediately apparent. She has been known to grant mortals their heart's deepest desire. A farmer might find his fields producing harvests of impossible abundance. A musician might discover that her songs can heal the broken-hearted. A warrior might receive armor that shines with the light of righteousness itself. But these gifts carry within them the seeds of their own destruction, for they spoil their recipients for anything less than perfection. The farmer whose fields produce perfect harvests finds that ordinary food tastes like ash in his mouth, driving him to seek ever more perfect sustenance until he wastes away from hunger amid abundance. The musician whose songs heal hearts discovers that she can no longer bear to hear ordinary music, becoming deaf to all beauty except that which flows through her own voice. The warrior in shining armor finds that his radiance exposes him to every enemy, making him a target for all the darkness in the world that seeks to extinguish his light. These tragic outcomes are not the result of malice on Titania's part, but of her fundamental inability to understand that mortals require imperfection to survive. In her realm of eternal noon, where every moment is perfect and every experience is optimal, there is no room for the messy compromises that make mortal life possible. She gives mortals exactly what they ask for, crafted with the skill of a master artisan and the power of a goddess, but she cannot give them the wisdom to handle such gifts without being destroyed by them. The ceremonies and rituals of the summer court reflect this obsession with perfection in every detail. At mark the turning of seasons are orchestrated with a precision that would make mortal choreographers weep with envy, every movement calculated to achieve maximum aesthetic impact. every note of music calibrated to resonate with the deepest emotions of those who witnessed them. The dances performed at these celebrations are said to be so beautiful that mortals who glimpse them are forever changed, unable to find satisfaction in any earthly entertainment. Yet for all their beauty, these ceremonies carry an undertone of desperate longing that even the most perfect performance cannot entirely mask. Titania herself often participates in these celebrations, her movements expressing a yearning for something that even her infinite power cannot provide. The authentic emotion that comes from genuine struggle, the real joy that follows real sorrow, the true love that can only exist between beings who choose each other despite their flaws. The architecture of the summer court itself tells the story of this impossible quest for perfection. Every line is mathematically precise, every angle calculated to please the eye, every surface polished to mirror-like perfection. Yet the overall effect is somehow hollow, like a symphony performed by instruments so perfect that they have lost the subtle imperfections that give music its soul. Visitors often report feeling overwhelmed by the beauty of their surroundings, while simultaneously sensing that something essential is missing, some quality that would transform aesthetic perfection into genuine warmth. The servants and courtiers who populate Titania's realm exist in a state of suspension between bliss and despair, elevated beyond mortal concerns, yet somehow diminished by their elevation. They have been granted eternal life, perfect health, and beauty beyond imagination, but in exchange, they have lost the capacity for genuine surprise, authentic emotion, or meaningful growth. Their conversations, while elegant and witty, follow patterns established over centuries, their relationships frozen in configurations that cannot change without destroying the careful balance that maintains their perfection. The Summer Queen's relationship with time itself reflects her complicated nature. In her presence, moments can stretch into hours of perfect experience, allowing mortals to savor beauty with an intensity impossible in the regular flow of temporal existence. Yet this gift becomes a curse when visitors attempt to return to their own world, where time moves according to natural law rather than aesthetic principles. Many who have spent what feels like days in Titania's court discover that years have passed in the mortal realm, their loved ones aged or dead, their former lives irretrievably lost. Perhaps nowhere is the Summer Queen's tragic nature more apparent than in her relationships with her own offspring. The children of Titania inherit her impossible beauty and her terrible burden of perfection, but they also receive something she cannot give them directly: the capacity to change, to grow, to become something other than what they were born to be. These half-mortal children often become the most tragic figures in all the Feywild, torn between their Fey heritage that demands perfection and their mortal nature that requires struggle and growth to find meaning. The wars and conflicts that periodically erupt from the summer court are not driven by political ambition or resource scarcity, but by Titania's ongoing quest to find experiences intense enough to penetrate her immortal ennui. She might champion a mortal hero simply because their struggle promises to be entertaining, or destroy an entire kingdom because its existence offends her aesthetic sensibilities. Her interventions in mortal affairs are guided by principles that seem arbitrary to those who cannot perceive the deeper patterns she follows. The cosmic geometry of beauty itself, which demands that all things conform to her vision of how the universe should be arranged. The greatest tragedy of the Summer Queen may be her awareness of her own limitations. Unlike many of the Archfey who exist in states of eternal self-satisfaction, Titania possesses enough wisdom to understand what her perfection has cost her. She knows that her beauty isolates her from genuine connection, that her power prevents authentic relationship, that her immortality has robbed her of the very experiences that give life meaning. This knowledge fills her with a melancholy that no amount of adoration can ease, a sadness that grows more profound with each passing century. Her attempts to recapture authentic emotion through relationships with mortals reveal both her desperation and her fundamental misunderstanding of what makes such emotions genuine. She seeks to experience love, but her very nature transforms any mortal who attracts her attention into a reflection of herself, beautiful, perfect, and ultimately hollow. She yearns for surprise, but her power makes it impossible for anything to occur in her presence that she has not, in some sense, orchestrated herself. The magic items and artifacts associated with Titania's court reflect this theme of beauty that destroys what it seeks to preserve. The crown of eternal flowers grants its wearer beauty beyond imagination, but slowly drains away their capacity for human warmth. The scepter of golden light can illuminate any darkness, but leaves its wielder unable to appreciate gentle shadows or subtle mysteries. The mirror of perfect truth shows the observer exactly as they truly are, revealing flaws and virtues with equal clarity. But many who gaze into it are driven mad by the weight of absolute self-knowledge. These artifacts serve as warnings about the true nature of the gifts the Summer Queen offers to mortals. They deliver exactly what they promise, crafted with skill that no mortal artisan could match, imbued with power that can reshape reality itself. Yet they carry within them the essential paradox of Titania's nature, that perfection achieved becomes a prison, that beauty without flaw becomes ugliness of a different kind, that power without limit becomes its own form of powerlessness. As we witness the eternal dance of the summer court, with its impossible beauty and terrible perfection, we begin to understand the deepest tragedy of the Archfey. They are beings who have achieved everything that mortals believe they want: eternal life, perfect beauty, unlimited power, only to discover that these achievements have robbed them of everything that makes existence meaningful. In Titania's radiant smile, we see reflected our own deepest fears about success, about getting what we think we want, about the price of perfection in an imperfect universe. The Summer Queen stands as a warning and a promise, a vision of what we might become if we achieved our fondest dreams without wisdom to guide us. She is beauty incarnate and beauty's greatest victim, the master of eternal summer, who has forgotten what makes warmth precious, the goddess of perfect love, who has never known the imperfect love that mortals treasure above all things. In her endless noon, where shadows never fall, and flaws never mar the perfect surface of reality, we find the ultimate truth about desire itself, that the heart's deepest wish, when granted without limit, becomes the heart's most exquisite torment. Chapter 3. The Prince of Frost's Domain. Love betrayed becomes hatred so pure that it can freeze the very essence of reality, transforming warmth into endless winter and hope into crystalline despair. When the heart that once burned with passion is shattered beyond repair, it creates a cold so absolute that it becomes its own form of fire, consuming everything it touches with the terrible beauty of perfect sorrow. Tonight, we descend into the frozen realm of the Prince of Frost, where eternal winter reigns not from malice, but from a heartbreak so profound that it has reshaped the very nature of emotion itself. In the depths of the Feywild, where winter never yields to spring's gentle touch, stands the fortress of frozen tears, a castle carved from a single mountain of ice so clear and pure that it seems made of crystallized starlight. Here, where the very air turns to diamond dust with each breath, and where silence has weight and substance, rules the Prince of Frost, an Archfey whose domain embodies the terrible mathematics of love subtracted from existence. His realm stretches beyond the horizon in all directions, a landscape of such pristine beauty that it brings tears to mortal eyes, tears that freeze before they can fall, becoming tiny gems that tinkle like wind chimes when the bitter wind carries them away. The prince himself appears as he did in the moment his heart first froze, a figure of noble bearing and tragic beauty, his features carved with the perfection that only absolute sorrow can achieve. His skin holds the pale luminescence of moonlight on snow, his hair flows like spun silver touched with frost, and his eyes burn with the cold fire of stars reflected in winter lakes. He moves with the measured grace of one who has learned that every gesture must be precise, for in his presence, careless movements can shatter like ice, and hasty words can freeze the very air from which they spring. Once, the Prince of Frost was known by another name, spoken with warmth and affection by those who loved him. He was a being of both seasons, comfortable in summer's warmth and winter's contemplation, able to appreciate the full spectrum of emotion that gives meaning to immortal existence. His court was a place of balance, where the harsh beauty of winter was tempered by the promise of spring's return, where cold served to make warmth more precious, rather than to banish it entirely from the world. The transformation began with love, a love so pure and perfect that it seemed destined to become legend. She was a mortal maiden of extraordinary beauty, not the impossible perfection that characterizes the Fae, but the kind of authentic loveliness that comes from a soul in harmony with itself. Her laughter could melt the hardest frost, her tears could bring flowers to bloom in the deadest ground, and her love promised to bridge the gap between mortal and immortal, between the fleeting and the eternal. The prince courted her with the patience that only immortal beings can truly possess, wooing her not with grand gestures but with gentle consistencies. A perfect snowflake left on her windowsill each morning, a garden of ice sculptures that told the story of their growing affection, songs of winter wind that carried his voice to her dreams. She came to love him not despite his inhuman nature, but because of the way he used his power to create beauty, rather than to dominate or control. Their romance became the stuff of legend even as it unfolded, inspiring songs and stories throughout the mortal realm. Poets spoke of love so true that it could warm the coldest heart, while philosophers debated whether such perfect affection could truly exist between beings of such different natures. The prince himself began to change under the influence of this mortal love, his icy perfection softening at the edges, his eternal winter developing the first hints of spring's eventual arrival. The betrayal, when it came, was not the dramatic treachery of epic tales, but something far more devastating, the simple, honest truth that mortal love, no matter how sincere, cannot sustain itself in the face of immortal time. She aged, as mortals do, while he remained eternally the same. The vibrant beauty that had first captured his attention faded not through any failing on her part, but through the natural progression of years that he, in his immortal perspective, had failed to fully comprehend. Worse than her aging was her growing fear of his unchanging nature. What had once seemed romantic, his eternal devotion, his undying passion, began to feel like a prison. She realized that while she would live, love, suffer, and die, he would continue exactly as he was for all eternity, carrying their love like a fly trapped in amber, perfect and lifeless. The weight of being loved by an immortal became unbearable when she understood that she could never love him with the same intensity, could never match the depth of feeling that came naturally to his Fae nature. The end came not with dramatic confrontation, but with quiet resignation. She asked him to let her go, to allow her to live whatever remained of her mortal life, without the burden of immortal love. She spoke of wanting to grow old gracefully, to find comfort with someone who could age alongside her, to experience the bittersweet beauty of love that knows it cannot last forever. Her words were kind, her manner gentle, her intentions noble, and every syllable fell upon his heart like hammer blows upon crystal. He granted her request, for he was a being of honor who could not hold love captive. He watched her walk away from his realm, back into the mortal world, where seasons change and hearts heal, and new loves can bloom in the soil of old sorrows. He thought himself prepared for the pain of separation, believing that his immortal nature would allow him to endure what mortals endure with every parting. He was wrong in ways that reshaped the fundamental nature of winter itself. The cold that began in his heart, the moment she disappeared from sight, was unlike any winter he had ever known. It was not the clean, honest cold of seasonal change, but something far more terrible. The absolute absence of warmth, the complete negation of the possibility of comfort. As his heartbreak deepened, the temperature in his realm began to drop beyond the merely physical, reaching levels that existed only in the spaces between stars, in the voids where matter itself freezes into impossibility. His courtiers watched in horror as their lord's transformation accelerated beyond any hope of reversal. The prince, who had once delighted in winter's beauty, began to see only its capacity for destruction. The cold that had once preserved and purified now served only to eliminate anything that reminded him of warmth. His voice, once melodious with the music of wind through ice caves, became the terrible silence that follows when all sound has been frozen out of existence. The fortress of frozen tears grew around him like a crystalline tumor, each room shaped by his expanding sorrow, each corridor carved by the path of his endless pacing, as he tried to walk away from memories that followed him like shadows. The great hall, where he had once entertained visitors, became a monument to solitude, its walls lined with ice sculptures that depicted every moment of his lost love, not in celebration, but as exhibits in a museum of pain, preserved forever in forms too beautiful to destroy, yet too painful to ignore. His courtiers faced an impossible choice as their lord's transformation consumed his realm. Those who remained found themselves slowly freezing, not just in body but in spirit, their emotions crystallizing until they became perfect replicas of feeling rather than feeling itself. They learned to move carefully through the halls of the fortress, speaking in whispers that would not shatter in the supernaturally cold air, thinking thoughts so controlled and measured that spontaneity became a forgotten concept. The few who chose exile discovered that leaving the prince's domain was like tearing away pieces of their own souls. The cold had become so much a part of their nature that the warmth of other realms felt like torture, burning their frost-adapted flesh and overwhelming their minds with sensations too intense to process. Many wandered the boundaries between winter and other seasons, forever caught between the agony of warmth they could no longer tolerate and the despair of cold that had become their only reality. The prince himself began to forget what warmth had ever meant, his memories of love slowly crystallizing into perfect, lifeless forms that preserved every detail while draining away every drop of actual emotional content. He could recall her laugh with perfect fidelity, replaying it in his mind with such precision that it seemed she stood before him, yet the sound brought him no joy, no pain, no sensation at all, beyond the cold satisfaction of perfect preservation. This transformation of memory into monument became the defining characteristic of his rule. Everything in his domain was preserved exactly as it had been in the moment of his heartbreak, frozen not just in temperature but in time itself. Visitors to his realm found themselves moving through scenes from his past, witnessing conversations that had occurred centuries ago, watching love die again and again in an endless loop of crystalline perfection. The magic that flows through the prince's domain reflects this obsession with preservation and the elimination of change. Spells cast in his presence take on qualities of absolute permanence, becoming fixed in forms that cannot be altered or undone. Healing magic crystallizes wounds rather than mending them, preserving the injury in perfect detail while preventing both recovery and deterioration. Illusions become more real than reality, locked into existence with a stability that makes them impossible to dispel. The winter that spreads from his fortress is not the natural cold of seasonal change, but something far more insidious, a cold that seeps into the soul itself, freezing not just the body, but the capacity for hope, for change, for the kind of warmth that comes from human connection. Plants touched by this supernatural winter do not merely die but become perfect replicas of themselves, ice sculptures so detailed that they seem more alive than the living things they replace. Mortals who venture into the prince's realm seeking audience or bargains find themselves faced with a being who has forgotten how to feel anything beyond the perfect preservation of his own sorrow. He receives petitioners with courtesy so formal and precise that it becomes its own form of cruelty, listening to their requests with attention so complete that it strips away all hope of genuine human connection. His answers to their pleas are mathematically perfect, logically sound, and utterly devoid of the mercy that comes from understanding what it means to suffer. The prince's relationship with time has become as frozen as everything else in his domain. For him, the moment of his beloved's departure plays on eternal repeat, fresh and devastating. as if it were happening for the first time. He experiences neither the healing that comes with the passage of years, nor the wisdom that should accompany immortal perspective. Instead, he exists in a single, crystallized instant of perfect loss, unable to move forward or backward, trapped in the amber of his own grief. The servants who still remain in his court have learned to function as extensions of his will, rather than as independent beings. They anticipate his needs before he expresses them, respond to his moods before he displays them, and carry out his wishes with the precision of clockwork mechanisms. Their devotion is absolute and terrifying, for they have sacrificed their own capacity for independent thought in order to survive in a realm where spontaneity itself has been frozen into impossibility. The architecture of the Fortress of Frozen Tears tells the story of love preserved beyond all reason or mercy. Every room is a shrine to different aspects of his lost romance. The chamber where he first saw her, preserved exactly as it was in that moment. The gallery where her portraits hang in frames of ice that never melt. The garden where sculptures of their courtship stand in eternal tableau of happiness that can never be revisited. The most terrible room of all is the one she never saw, the bridal chamber he prepared for a wedding that never came, still waiting in perfect readiness for a bride who chose mortality over immortal love. The prince's magic items reflect his obsession with preservation and his fear of change. The scepter of eternal winter can freeze any emotion at its peak intensity, allowing its wielder to experience the full force of love, joy, or sorrow without the natural dulling that time brings to all feelings. The crown of crystallized tears grants its wearer perfect memory of every loss they have ever suffered, preserved in such detail that each grief feels as fresh as the day it first occurred. The cloak of endless sorrow wraps its bearer in cold so profound that they become immune to physical harm, but lose the capacity to feel warmth of any kind. These artifacts serve as both tools and warnings, offering power that comes at the price of emotional death. They promise to preserve what is precious, while ensuring that it can never again bring joy. Like their creator, they embody the terrible logic of a heart that chooses perfect preservation over imperfect healing, eternal remembrance over the possibility of new love. The prince's interactions with other Archfey have become exercises in formal politeness, devoid of genuine connection. His ancient friendships have crystallized into patterns of behavior so rigid that they parody actual relationship. He exchanges visits and correspondence with his peers, but these interactions follow scripts established centuries ago, words spoken not from current feeling but from the perfect preservation of what feeling used to be. His rivalry with the Summer Queen has taken on particularly tragic dimensions, for she represents everything he has lost: warmth, passion, the capacity for change and growth. Yet he cannot bring himself to hate her, for hatred would require a kind of heat his frozen heart can no longer generate. Instead, he regards her with the terrible politeness of someone viewing a museum exhibit of their own past, recognizing what they once were, while feeling nothing at all about what they have become. The most heartbreaking aspect of the prince's condition may be his periodic moments of almost awakening, instants when the ice around his heart seems to crack just enough to let in a fragment of warmth. These moments come without warning, perhaps triggered by a mortal's genuine grief, a song that echoes something he once felt, or a chance arrangement of light that recalls a happier time. In these brief thaws, the prince remembers what it was like to feel, and the agony of that remembrance drives him to freeze his heart even more thoroughly than before. The tragic irony of the Prince of Frost is that his very attempt to preserve his love has destroyed it more completely than simple forgetting ever could. By crystallizing his grief into eternal perfection, he has transformed a natural emotion into an immortal monument to emotional death. His realm stands as a warning about the danger of holding too tightly to pain, of choosing perfect sorrow over imperfect healing, of preferring the crystal clarity of despair to the messy uncertainty of hope. As we witness the eternal winter of the prince's domain, we confront uncomfortable truths about the nature of love and loss. In his frozen perfection, we see reflected our own tendencies to preserve pain as a way of honoring what we have lost, to choose the certainty of grief over the uncertainty of recovery. The Prince of Frost reminds us that some forms of loyalty become their own betrayal, that perfect preservation can be a kind of destruction, and that the heart which refuses to heal condemns itself to an eternity of beautiful, terrible, meaningless suffering. Chapter 4. The Queen of Air and Darkness. Truth withheld becomes more powerful than truth revealed, for in the spaces between words lie all the possibilities that spoken certainty destroys. When knowledge becomes currency and secrets transform into weapons, those who traffic in hidden things wield power that even gods might envy. Tonight we venture into the shadowlands of the Unseelie Court, where the Queen of Air and Darkness reigns supreme, a sovereign whose dominion over mystery itself makes her perhaps the most dangerous of all the Archfey, not for what she reveals, but for what she chooses to keep hidden. Deep within the heart of the Feywild, where twilight reigns eternal and shadows dance independently of the objects that cast them, stands the Palace of Whispered Secrets, a structure that seems to exist in several dimensions simultaneously, its walls shifting between solid stone and insubstantial mist, according to laws that only its mistress fully comprehends. Here, in chambers where darkness has weight and silence carries meaning, rules the Queen of Air and Darkness, the undisputed sovereign of the Unseelie Court, a being whose very presence transforms the nature of reality around her. The Queen herself defies easy description, for she appears differently to each observer, showing them not what she is, but what they most need to see in order to be properly ensnared by her web of influence. To some, she manifests as a figure of terrible beauty, her dark hair flowing like liquid shadow, her pale skin luminous with the cold light of distant stars, her eyes holding depths that promise answers to questions the observer didn't even know they possessed. To others, she appears as a creature of pure darkness, a void in the shape of a woman that draws in light and hope and transforms them into something altogether more complex and dangerous. What remains constant across all her manifestations is the sense of vast intelligence watching from behind whatever form she chooses to wear. This is not the passionate intensity of the Summer Queen or the crystalline focus of the Prince of Frost, but something far more unsettling, a mind that operates according to patterns so subtle and complex that even other Archfey struggle to anticipate her moves in the great game of Fey politics. She thinks in centuries where others think in years, plans in millennia where others plan in decades, and plays games whose rules she has written herself in languages that exist only in the spaces between thoughts. The Unseelie Court that surrounds her reflects this mastery over hidden things in every aspect of its being. Her nobles are creatures of shadow and suggestion, beings whose true forms remain forever concealed behind masks of glamour, so sophisticated that they might be more real than the reality they obscure. The Lord of Forgotten Names holds dominion over identities lost to time and memory, while the Lady of Stolen Hours controls moments that have been taken from mortal lives and stored like treasures in vaults of crystallized time. The Knight of Silent Blades serves as her champion, wielding weapons forged from the darkness between stars, his very presence a reminder that the most effective violence is that which leaves no visible wound. The Queen's power stems not from force or beauty, but from her unparalleled understanding of the currency of information. In her realm, knowledge is literally power. Secrets can be woven into spells, whispered confidences can become physical weapons, and the simple act of knowing something that others do not can grant authority over reality itself. She has spent eons collecting the hidden truths of gods and mortals alike, building a treasury of forbidden knowledge that makes her one of the most influential beings in the multiverse, despite her preference for operating from the shadows. Her rivalry with the Summer Queen represents more than mere political opposition. It embodies the fundamental conflict between revelation and concealment, between the burning light that exposes all truths and the merciful darkness that allows some truths to remain hidden. Where Titania demands absolute honesty and perfect transparency, The Queen of Air and Darkness understands that some truths are too terrible to bear, some secrets too dangerous to reveal, and some mysteries too precious to solve. Their ancient enmity has shaped the very nature of the Feywild, creating a balance between illumination and shadow that prevents either extreme from destroying the delicate complexity that makes their realm possible. The origins of their conflict reach back to the primordial days when the Feywild was young, and its fundamental nature still being determined by the collective will of its earliest inhabitants. Legend speaks of a great sundering, a moment when what had been unified was torn asunder by a disagreement so profound that it reshaped the very fabric of reality. Some scholars believe it began with a question, whether truth should be given freely or earned through struggle, whether knowledge should illuminate all things equally, or preserve the mysteries that give life its sense of wonder and possibility. The Queen chose darkness not from malice, but from a deeper understanding of truth's double-edged nature. She recognized that absolute knowledge brings absolute despair, that some illusions are more merciful than the realities they conceal, and that the capacity to remain ignorant of certain truths is one of mortality's greatest gifts. Her realm became a sanctuary for secrets too dangerous for the light of day, a repository for knowledge too powerful for unrestricted circulation, a place where the comfortable lies that make existence bearable could be preserved against the harsh illumination of absolute truth. This philosophical commitment to selective revelation makes the Queen of Air and Darkness perhaps the most complex of all the Archfey. Unlike her peers who embody simple emotions or seasonal forces, she represents the sophisticated understanding that reality is too complex for simple answers, too nuanced for absolute principles, too dangerous for complete transparency. Her court operates according to laws of subtlety and suggestion that require visitors to think in ways that most minds find profoundly uncomfortable. The magic that flows through her domain operates according to principles of concealment and revelation that transform the very nature of spellcasting within her borders. Magic here does not burn with visible fire or freeze with tangible cold, but works through implications and suggestions, achieving its effects by altering the hidden connections between things rather than by direct force. A spell of healing might work by concealing the wound from reality itself, convincing the universe that the injury never occurred. A spell of destruction might succeed by revealing the secret weaknesses that exist within all things, showing the target exactly how it might unmake itself. The shadows that fill her realm are not mere absence of light but active substances with their own properties and purposes. They can be shaped into tools and weapons, woven into garments that grant their wearers the ability to exist partially outside normal reality, or crafted into masks that allow the user to wear the identity of someone else so perfectly that even divine perception might be fooled. These shadows respond to the Queen's will like extensions of her own body, allowing her to be present in any dark corner of her domain simultaneously, to witness conversations that take place in whispered privacy, to gather secrets that speakers believe they share with no one but themselves. The court ceremonies of the Unseelie realm are exercises in sophisticated symbolism that would challenge the interpretive skills of the greatest mortal scholars. Every gesture carries multiple meanings. Every word spoken contains layers of significance that unfold only to those with the wit to decode them, and every silence is pregnant with implications that might not become clear for centuries. Visitors who attempt to navigate these rituals without proper preparation often find themselves agreeing to bargains they never intended to make, bound by contracts written in languages of suggestion and implication that prove far more binding than any explicit agreement. The Queen herself rarely speaks directly when oblique communication will serve her purposes, preferring to convey meaning through carefully chosen metaphors, precisely timed silences, and arrangements of symbolic objects that tell stories to those who possess the knowledge to read them. A mortal seeking audience with her might spend hours interpreting the meaning of the flowers arranged in her receiving chamber, the pattern of shadows cast by her throne, or the specific melody being played by invisible musicians, only to discover that the real message was contained in something as subtle as the direction of her gaze. or the rhythm of her breathing. Her bargains with mortals represent the pinnacle of contractual sophistication, agreements so elegantly crafted that they seem to offer exactly what the petitioner desires, while actually providing something far more complex and dangerous. A scholar who seeks knowledge might receive the ability to understand any written language, only to discover that this gift makes it impossible to ignore the terrible truths contained in texts that should never be read. A lover who asks for their beloved's heart might find that they have literally received the organ itself, along with the burden of keeping it beating through their own will, and the knowledge that their beloved now lives or dies according to their emotional state. These bargains reveal the Queen's fundamental understanding of desire's paradoxical nature, that mortals rarely want what they think they want, that the fulfillment of one wish inevitably creates the conditions for new and more complex desires, and that the most elegant solutions to human problems are often those that transform the problem rather than eliminating it. Her contracts serve as mirrors that reflect back the hidden contradictions in mortal nature, revealing truths about her petitioners that they themselves might prefer to keep buried. The architecture of the Palace of Whispered Secrets embodies this philosophy of concealment and revelation in every element of its impossible construction. Corridors that seem to lead to specific destinations actually arrive at locations determined by the visitor's hidden intentions rather than their conscious choices. Doors that appear locked yield instantly to those who approach them with the proper emotional state, while remaining impermeable to those who rely on physical force or conventional magic. Rooms rearrange themselves according to the needs of their occupants, presenting environments that reflect not what visitors expect to find, but what they need to confront in order to achieve their deeper purposes. The Queen's relationship with time differs fundamentally from that of her fellow Archfey, where the Summer Queen exists in eternal noon, and the Prince of Frost remains frozen in a single moment of perfect loss. The Queen of Air and Darkness moves through time like a spider through her web, touching all moments simultaneously, while being fully present in none. She experiences past, present, and future as facets of a single complex jewel, allowing her to speak prophecies that seem to create the futures they predict, and to remember events that have not yet occurred with the same clarity that others recall their past. This temporal fluidity makes her perhaps the most dangerous opponent in the great game of Fey politics. She can anticipate her enemies' moves, not through mundane prediction but through direct experience of their consequences, allowing her to set traps that activate decades or centuries before their targets even recognize they are being hunted. Her alliances and enmities operate according to patterns so complex that they might encompass the rise and fall of entire civilizations, making her a player in games whose full scope remains invisible to those locked within linear time. The creatures that serve in her court reflect her mastery over hidden things in forms both beautiful and terrible. Doppelgangers skilled enough to fool divine perception walk her halls in shapes borrowed from visitors' memories, while creatures of living shadow perform tasks that exist only in the spaces between defined realities. Hags who have transcended their mortal origins serve as her advisors, their wisdom purchased through bargains so ancient that even they have forgotten the prices they paid for their transformation. Most terrifying of all are the collectors' beings who gather secrets not for any purpose beyond the simple joy of possession, creatures so perfectly adapted to their environment that they have become living extensions of the Queen's will. They slip through shadows and dreams, harvesting the hidden thoughts and suppressed memories of mortals and immortals alike, building vast libraries of forbidden knowledge that exist only in the spaces between thoughts. The Queen's arsenal of magical artifacts reflects her understanding that the most powerful tools are often those whose true nature remains concealed. The mask of borrowed faces allows its wearer to assume not just the appearance, but the complete identity of anyone they have ever seen, complete with memories, mannerisms, and emotional connections, so perfect that even lovers and family members cannot detect the deception. The cloak of hidden paths grants its bearer the ability to walk between shadows across vast distances, stepping into darkness in one location and emerging from shadows anywhere within the multiverse. Perhaps most dangerous of all is the Crown of Whispered Truths, an artifact that appears as nothing more than a simple circlet of tarnished silver, but grants its wearer the ability to hear the secret thoughts of everyone around them. This gift becomes a curse when the bearer realizes that most people think terrible things they would never say aloud, that privacy is one of the fundamental necessities of social existence, and that knowing too much about others makes genuine relationship impossible. The Queen's interactions with mortal heroes and villains reveal her understanding that the line between these categories is often far thinner than either side would care to admit. She has been known to aid heroes whose causes she finds interesting, providing them with exactly the information they need to succeed while carefully omitting details that might prevent them from learning the lessons their struggles are meant to teach. Conversely, she has occasionally thwarted villains, not out of any moral opposition to their goals, but because their methods lack the sophistication she finds aesthetically pleasing. Her relationship with other gods and cosmic powers is characterized by mutual wariness, for she alone among the Archfey possesses secrets that could threaten beings far more powerful than herself. Gods who might casually destroy other immortals treat her with careful respect, knowing that she has gathered enough hidden knowledge about their true natures to cause them significant embarrassment or worse if properly motivated. This position of informed neutrality makes her one of the most influential beings in the multiverse, despite her preference for remaining behind the scenes. The most profound aspect of the Queen of Air and Darkness may be her understanding that absolute power corrupts not through its exercise, but through its mere possession. She wields influence that could reshape reality according to her whims, yet chooses to operate through subtle guidance and careful manipulation rather than direct intervention. This restraint stems not from weakness but from wisdom, the recognition that the most lasting changes come from allowing others to choose their own paths rather than forcing them down predetermined routes. Her court serves as a reminder that darkness is not the absence of light, but a different kind of illumination altogether, one that reveals truths too subtle for harsh brightness to expose. In her realm, mortals discover that the comfortable certainties they have built their lives upon are often illusions, but also learn that these illusions serve important purposes, protecting them from truths they are not yet ready to handle. As we contemplate the shadowed majesty of the Queen of Air and Darkness, we confront uncomfortable questions about the nature of truth and knowledge. In her patient smile, we see reflected our own relationship with the secrets we keep and the mysteries we choose not to solve. She reminds us that wisdom lies not in knowing everything, but in understanding what should remain unknown, that the greatest power often lies in what we choose not to do rather than what we accomplish, and that the most profound truths are often those that remain forever hidden in the spaces between words, in the darkness between thoughts, in the silence between heartbeats where all possibilities dwell in eternal potential. Chapter 5. The Green Lord's Wild Hunt. Nature without civilization's restraint reveals itself as the most honest force in existence, beautiful in its creation, terrible in its destruction, and utterly indifferent to the moral categories that comfort mortal minds. When the wild places of the world choose a champion, they select not a guardian but an avatar of their own, untamed essence, a being who embodies both the nurturing growth of spring and the ruthless culling of winter's hunt. Tonight, we pursue the thundering hoofbeats of the wild hunt across dimensions of savage beauty, following the Green Lord through realms where tooth and claw write the only laws that matter. In the deepest heart of the Feywild, where no path made by thinking minds has ever touched the earth, stretches the endless wood, a forest so vast and primordial that it predates the concept of boundaries, where every tree is a world unto itself, and every shadow hides predators older than mortal civilization. Here, beneath canopies that filter starlight into patterns of emerald and gold, rules the Green Lord, an Archfey, whose very existence embodies the fundamental truth that nature serves no master save itself, recognizes no law save survival, and honors no virtue save the endless cycle of life. consuming life in an eternal dance of beautiful, terrible necessity. The Green Lord appears as nature itself might if given humanoid form, a towering figure whose skin shifts between the brown of fertile earth and the green of living bark, whose hair flows like vines heavy with fruit and thorns, whose eyes burn with the gold of summer sun and the silver of winter moon. Antlers crown his head, not mere decoration but living bone that grows and sheds according to seasonal cycles, each point sharp enough to pierce steel, each branch carved with runic patterns that tell the story of every hunt he has led since time began. His voice carries the sound of wind through leaves, of water over stone, of the final breath escaping from prey, brought down by predators who know no mercy, because mercy is a concept foreign to the natural world. The wild hunt that follows in his wake represents more than mere supernatural phenomenon. It is the physical manifestation of nature's eternal hunger, the embodiment of the truth that all life feeds upon other life, that death and birth are not opposites but partners in an endless dance of transformation. The hunt rides upon steeds that shift between flesh and spirit, sometimes appearing as magnificent horses whose hooves strike sparks from empty air, sometimes as wolves whose eyes burn with the intelligence of ancient forests, sometimes as forms too primal and terrible for mortal minds to process without risking madness. The riders of the hunt are drawn from every era and every realm where the call of the wild has proven stronger than the bonds of civilization. Ancient druids who chose to surrender their humanity rather than watch their sacred groves fall to the axe. Warriors who died in battle with their blood so hot that death itself could not cool their fury. Hunters whose skill grew so great that they transcended the need for mortal form. All find themselves swept up in the eternal chase that defines the Green Lord's dominion. The hunt itself follows patterns older than recorded history, appearing whenever the balance between civilization and wilderness tips too far toward order, whenever the wild places of the world call out for champions to remind thinking beings that they are not separate from nature, but part of it, subject to its laws whether they acknowledge them or not. The sound of the hunt's approach, the thunder of hooves that shake the foundations of reality, the baying of hounds whose voices carry across dimensions, the wild music of horn calls that wake sleeping forests and set every predator's heart racing, serves as both warning and invitation. Those who hear the hunt approaching face a choice that reveals the deepest truth about their nature. Some flee, recognizing instinctively that they have grown too far from their wild roots to survive the transformation that joining the hunt would bring. Others stand their ground, hoping to bargain or reason with forces that predate the concepts of negotiation and logic. But a few, those in whom the call of the wild still burns bright enough to answer, find themselves swept up in the eternal chase, transformed by the experience into something more and less than human. The quarry of the wild hunt varies according to the needs of the cosmic balance the Green Lord serves to maintain. Sometimes they pursue abstract concepts made manifest, the personification of urban sprawl that devours natural spaces, the embodiment of industrial pollution that poisons rivers and skies, the living symbol of humanity's disconnection from the natural cycles that sustain all life. Other times their target is more personal. A king whose laws have criminalized the ancient ways, a wizard whose magic disrupts the natural order, a merchant whose greed threatens to strip mine the sacred places where Earth's power runs strongest. The most terrifying hunts are those where the quarry is not an enemy of nature, but one of its former champions who has somehow lost their way. Druids who have compromised their principles for political advantage, rangers who have forgotten that they serve the wilderness rather than ruling it, nature priests who have allowed doctrine to replace direct experience of the divine. These fallen guardians face a reckoning that strips away every layer of self-deception to reveal what they have truly become. The Green Lord's relationship with his fellow Archfey is complex, for while he shares their immortal perspective, his fundamental nature puts him at odds with the very concept of courts and politics. He recognizes no authority save that of the natural cycles he embodies, acknowledges no law save that written in tooth and claw, honors no alliance that would require him to act against his essential nature. This independence makes him both valuable ally and dangerous enemy, for his support comes without conditions, but his opposition arrives with the implacable force of an avalanche or earthquake. His interactions with the Summer Queen reveal the tension between nature cultivated and nature wild, where Titania represents the beauty of gardens and the grace of domesticated wilderness. The Green Lord embodies the savage splendor of untamed forests, where beauty and terror intertwine so completely that they become indistinguishable. Their occasional alliances produce some of the most spectacular displays of natural power ever witnessed, while their conflicts can devastate entire regions with the fury of unleashed primal forces. With the Queen of Air and Darkness, the Green Lord shares an understanding of truths too ancient and fundamental for civilized minds to easily accept. Both recognize that the comfortable illusions of mortal society rest upon foundations of carefully ignored realities, that every meal requires death, that every city exists at the expense of the wild places it displaced, that every human achievement comes with costs that are simply transferred to other beings rather than eliminated. Their alliance, when it occurs, tends to strip away the comfortable lies that allow civilization to function, revealing the brutal honesty that underlies all existence. The magic that flows through the Green Lord's domain operates according to the fundamental laws of natural selection and survival of the fittest. Spells here do not merely follow the caster's intent, but are subjected to the same competitive pressures that shape all life in the wild. Weak magic is consumed by stronger forces, ineffective spells are eliminated by more successful alternatives, and only the most perfectly adapted magical effects survive to achieve their intended purposes. This creates an environment where only the most skilled and intuitive casters can function effectively, where magic must prove its worth through practical results rather than theoretical understanding. The seasonal cycles that govern the Green Lord's realm are not the gentle transitions known in civilized lands, but violent transformations that reshape the very nature of reality within his domain. Spring arrives like a conquering army, with new life exploding from every surface with such force that the unprepared can be literally overwhelmed by growth too rapid and vigorous for mortal frames to withstand. Summer burns with heat that goes beyond mere temperature to become a fundamental force of transformation, while autumn brings harvests that demand payment in blood and sacrifice. Winter in the Green Lord's realm represents not rest, but the ultimate test of worthiness, a season when only the strongest, smartest, and most adaptable survive. The cold here is not the crystalline perfection of the Prince of Frost, but something far more pragmatic and deadly, the honest cold of a world where warmth must be earned through effort, where shelter must be built or found, where the weak simply die and feed the strong. It is a season that strips away all pretense and reveals what each being truly is, when all external supports are removed. The creatures that populate the Green Lord's domain represent nature at its most honest and uncompromising. Predators here kill without cruelty, but also without mercy, following instincts honed by millions of years of evolution into perfect killing machines. Prey animals display cunning and resourcefulness that would shame many reasoning beings, using every advantage of speed, camouflage, and cooperation to survive in an environment where vigilance is the price of continued existence. Most remarkable are the hybrid creatures that embody the Green Lord's philosophy of adaptation and survival. Bears with the intelligence of druids, wolves that can step between dimensions as easily as between trees, birds whose songs can reshape reality itself. These beings represent what happens when natural selection operates without the constraints of physical law, producing evolution directed not by random mutation, but by conscious will applied over geological timescales. The Green Lord's personal history remains largely mysterious, for he embodies forces so ancient that they predate the concept of individual identity as mortals understand it. Some scholars believe he is the first consciousness to emerge from the primordial forests when the world was young, while others claim he represents the collective will of every wild place that has ever existed. What seems certain is that he has been present at every moment when civilization and wilderness have clashed, sometimes supporting the encroachment of thinking beings when they show proper respect for natural law, more often serving as the wild's inexorable response to those who forget their place in the greater web of life. His weapons and artifacts reflect his dominion over the hunt and the eternal cycles of predator and prey. The bow of unerring shot never misses its target, not through magical guidance but because it only releases arrows when the shot is perfectly aligned with natural law, the inevitable moment when hunter and hunted occupy the same space in the web of fate. The horn of the wild hunt can summon riders from across time and space, calling forth anyone who has ever truly understood what it means to be part of the natural world rather than separate from it. The crown of antlers that adorns his head serves as both symbol of his authority and practical tool of his trade. Each point represents a different aspect of natural law, from the gentle growth of new shoots to the violent transformation of forest fires. The crown grows and changes with the seasons, sometimes sprouting new points when he learns new truths about the wild places he protects, sometimes shedding old growths when ancient truths evolve into new forms. The most terrible aspect of encountering the Green Lord may be the way his presence strips away the comfortable illusions that allow civilized beings to function in daily life. In his company, mortals become acutely aware of their own animal nature, of the predatory instincts that lurk beneath social conditioning, of the constant struggle for survival that civilization temporarily conceals, but never truly eliminates. This awareness can be liberating for those ready to embrace their wild heritage, but devastating for those who have built their identities on the belief that they have transcended their natural origins. The Green Lord's court, when he chooses to hold one, operates according to laws so different from civilized expectations that visitors often struggle to understand what is happening around them. Status here is determined not by birth or achievement, but by each individual's current relationship with the natural forces that surround them. A skilled hunter might outrank a noble lord, while a simple farmer, who works in harmony with the land, commands more respect than a powerful wizard, who bends natural forces to his will through magic. Disputes in his realm are settled not through debate or legal precedent, but through trials that test each party's understanding of natural law. These might take the form of survival challenges in hostile environments, contests of skill in hunting or tracking, or simply periods of observation where the Green Lord evaluates how each disputant interacts with the wildlife around them. Justice here is not about punishment or reward, but about restoration of proper balance and understanding of one's place in the greater web of existence. The wild hunt serves not just as symbol of the Green Lord's power, but as active force for maintaining the balance between civilization and wilderness that allows both to thrive. When human settlements grow too large or too aggressive in their expansion, the hunt appears to remind their inhabitants that they remain subject to natural law regardless of their technological achievements. When wilderness areas become too isolated from human contact, the hunt might guide worthy individuals to these places, ensuring that the connection between thinking beings and wild nature never completely dissolves. The transformation that occurs in those who join the hunt represents one of the most profound changes possible for mortal consciousness. Riders gradually lose their attachment to individual identity, becoming part of something larger and more enduring than any single life. They retain their memories and personalities, but hold them lightly as temporary expressions of the eternal force they now serve, rather than as defining characteristics of their being. This transformation explains why the wild hunt is both feared and secretly desired by those who hear its call. It offers escape from the isolation and artificial constraints of civilized life, promising reunion with forces that operated long before human society emerged and will continue long after it has returned to dust. Yet this escape comes at the price of everything that makes individual existence meaningful: personal relationships, long-term goals, the complex emotions that arise from mortal vulnerability and limitation. As we witness the eternal chase of the wild hunt across landscapes, both physical and metaphysical, we confront fundamental questions about the relationship between civilization and nature, between individual desire and cosmic necessity, between the comfortable illusions of daily life and the brutal honesty of natural law. The Green Lord reminds us that we are not separate from nature, but part of it, not above the cycles of life and death, but subject to them, not masters of the wild places, but temporary caretakers, whose stewardship will be judged by standards far more ancient and implacable than any human law. In the thunder of the hunt's passage, we hear echoes of our own wild heritage calling us back to truths we have forgotten in our rush toward technological transcendence. The Green Lord stands as both promise and warning, promise of connection with forces greater than ourselves, warning that such connection requires surrendering the very qualities that we often mistake for our greatest achievements. His eternal hunt continues across all realities, pursuing not just individual quarry, but the eternal question of whether thinking beings can find their proper place in the natural order before that order reclaims them through means far less gentle than conscious choice. Chapter 6. Baba Yaga's Wandering Hut. Wisdom earned through suffering becomes the sharpest blade ever forged, cutting through illusion and pretense to reveal the bone-deep truths that most minds refuse to acknowledge. When knowledge is purchased with pain and understanding comes at the price of innocence lost, those who survive such education become something beyond mortal comprehension. Neither fully benevolent nor entirely malevolent, but absolutely honest about the nature of existence itself. Tonight, we follow the dancing footsteps of an impossible dwelling as it carries its ancient mistress between worlds, exploring the legend of Baba Yaga, the witch whose iron teeth have tasted the flesh of gods, and whose terrible wisdom spans the breadth of the multiverse. At the crossroads where reality grows thin and the boundaries between worlds become negotiable, there stands, when it chooses to stand at all, the most famous dwelling in all the planes of existence, a hut that walks on chicken legs as tall as oak trees, that dances between dimensions with the grace of a creature born to inhabit impossible spaces. This is the mobile domain of Baba Yaga, the iron-toothed mother, the witch of all worlds, an Archfey whose nature defies every attempt at classification save one. She is the living embodiment of wisdom purchased through trial, knowledge earned through suffering, and truth delivered without regard for the comfort of those who receive it. The hut itself appears as a ramshackle structure that seems perpetually on the verge of collapse, yet somehow endures through every storm and catastrophe. Its walls are built from bones of creatures so ancient that their names have been forgotten by gods themselves, chinked with clay mixed from the dust of fallen empires. The roof is thatched with hair torn from the heads of queens and beggars alike, for in death all crowns become equally meaningless. Windows glow with light that comes from no earthly fire, casting shadows that move independently of the objects that should create them, revealing glimpses of rooms that exist in constant flux, expanding and contracting according to the needs of their mistress and the nature of her current visitors. The chicken legs that support this impossible structure are not mere architectural whimsy, but living appendages of enormous power, each claw capable of rending reality itself when Baba Yaga chooses to step between worlds. These legs dance across landscapes both physical and metaphysical, carrying their burden through dimensions that exist only in the spaces between thoughts, through realms where time flows backward and up, becomes a direction that leads to yesterday. The sound of their passage, a rhythmic thudding that carries across planes of existence, serves as both warning and invitation to those who recognize its significance. Baba Yaga herself defies easy description, for she appears differently to each visitor according to what they most need to see in order to learn the lessons she has come to teach. To some she manifests as a withered crone, whose iron teeth gleam with malevolent intent, whose nose stretches so far that it touches her chin, whose fingers end in claws that can tear through the fabric of space itself. To others she appears as a woman of middle years, with eyes that hold the wisdom of eons, her iron teeth gleaming not with malice, but with the terrible honesty of one who has bitten through every lie existence has to offer. What remains constant across all her manifestations is the sense of vast experience watching from behind whatever form she chooses to wear. To some, she manifests as a withered crone, whose iron teeth gleam with malevolent intent, whose nose stretches so far that it touches her chin, whose fingers end in claws that can tear through the fabric of space itself. To others, she appears as a woman of middle years, with eyes that hold the wisdom of eons, her iron teeth gleaming, not with malice, but with the terrible honesty of one who has bitten through every lie existence has to offer. What remains constant across all her manifestations is the sense of vast experience watching from behind whatever form she chooses to wear. This is not the passionate intensity of younger Archfey, but something far more complex. A mind that has witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations, that has seen every permutation of mortal folly and divine arrogance, that has learned to find humor in the cosmic joke of existence, while never forgetting its tragic undertones. She has been midwife to gods and grave digger to empires, healer to heroes and destroyer of tyrants, teacher to those wise enough to pay her prices and nemesis to those foolish enough to attempt deception in her presence. The interior of her hut reflects this accumulation of experience in every impossible detail. Rooms exist that are larger than the structure that contains them, chambers that open onto landscapes from worlds that no longer exist, libraries whose books write themselves as history unfolds across the multiverse. The walls are hung with trophies from encounters spanning millennia, the crown of the first mortal king to declare himself a god, the sword of the greatest hero who ever lived, the skull of the last dragon to die of old age rather than violence. Her kitchen, perhaps the most famous room in the hut, serves as both workspace and workshop where she prepares not just food but fates themselves. The great iron cauldron that dominates the space can brew potions that heal any ailment or poisons that kill any creature, depending entirely on the intent of those who seek her aid and the prices they are willing to pay. The fire that burns beneath it is fed not with wood but with dried emotions, the powdered remains of love affairs that ended in betrayal, the crystallized essence of courage displayed in hopeless causes, the concentrated fury of mothers whose children were taken from them by forces beyond their control. Baba Yaga's iron teeth, her most distinctive feature, serve as both tool and symbol of her essential nature. These metallic fangs can bite through any substance in existence: steel, stone, magic, even abstract concepts like hope or despair, but their true power lies in their ability to strip away illusion and reveal truth in its rawest form. When she bites into a problem, she consumes all the comfortable lies and convenient delusions that surround it, leaving only the essential reality that must be confronted. This makes her perhaps the most feared counselor in the multiverse, for those who seek her wisdom receive exactly what they need to know, rather than what they want to hear. Her role as a teacher operates according to principles that would challenge the educational philosophies of even the most progressive institutions. She believes that true learning comes only through direct experience of consequence, that wisdom cannot be given but must be earned through struggle, and that the most valuable lessons are often the most painful ones. Students who come to her seeking easy answers or quick solutions find themselves subjected to trials that force them to discover their own solutions through methods that test every aspect of their character. These trials take forms as varied as the individuals who undergo them, but all share certain characteristics that reflect Baba Yaga's understanding of how growth occurs. They require the student to confront their deepest fears, not through mere exposure, but through active engagement that transforms terror into understanding. They demand the abandonment of cherished illusions about oneself and the world, forcing recognition of truths that the student has spent years avoiding. Most importantly, they offer no guarantee of success. Failure is not just possible but likely, and the consequences of failure are real and lasting. The prices Baba Yaga demands for her services reflect her belief that nothing of value can be obtained without sacrifice, that the magnitude of what is given must match the importance of what is received. These prices are never arbitrary, but always precisely calibrated to what each petitioner can afford to lose, while still retaining their essential humanity. A wealthy merchant might be asked to give up his fortune, while a proud warrior might be required to surrender his strength, and a brilliant scholar might need to sacrifice her knowledge, not as punishment, but as recognition that true growth requires the willingness to begin again from a position of vulnerability. Her relationship with other Archfey is complex, for while she shares their immortal perspective, her fundamental nature puts her somewhat outside their usual games of politics and influence. She serves as both counselor and critic to her fellow immortals, offering them truths about themselves that few others would dare to speak. The Summer Queen has sought her wisdom when the burden of perfect beauty became too great to bear alone, while the Prince of Frost has received counsel that helped him understand the difference between preserving love and imprisoning it. The Queen of Air and Darkness finds in Baba Yaga one of the few beings capable of matching her sophistication, though their approaches to truth differ fundamentally. Where the Queen hoards secrets as treasures to be carefully rationed, Baba Yaga believes that truth should be shared freely with those brave enough to handle its consequences. Their interactions often take the form of elaborate games, where each tests the other's understanding of reality's deeper patterns, conversations that could reshape the nature of truth itself if either participant ever achieved a decisive victory. The magic that flows through Baba Yaga's domain operates according to principles of exchange and transformation that make it perhaps the most versatile and dangerous power in the multiverse. Her spells do not simply impose her will upon reality, but negotiate with the fundamental forces that govern existence, offering fair trades that benefit all parties involved. This approach makes her magic incredibly reliable. It always works exactly as intended, but also makes it unpredictable in its ultimate effects, as the full consequences of any magical bargain may not become apparent for years or centuries. Her mastery of dimensional travel allows her to appear wherever she is most needed, whether invited or not. The hut's chicken legs can step through cracks in reality too small for mortal perception, emerging in locations that exist more in concept than in physical space. She has been known to arrive at crossroads, where desperate travelers must choose between equally terrible options, in throne rooms where tyrants plan genocides, and in bedchambers where heroes wrestle with doubts that threaten to destroy their resolve. These interventions follow patterns that seem arbitrary to those who do not understand the deeper currents of fate and necessity that guide her actions. She might save a village from destruction simply because one child there is destined to become a force for positive change, or she might allow a kingdom to fall because its survival would prevent the emergence of something even more important. Her perspective operates on timescales that encompass the rise and fall of entire species, making her decisions seem capricious to those locked within the narrow confines of mortal lifespans. The stories that mortals tell about Baba Yaga reveal as much about their own fears and desires as they do about her true nature. In some tales, she appears as a cannibalistic witch who devours children, while in others she serves as wise grandmother who helps lost souls find their way home. Both versions contain elements of truth, for she does indeed consume, not flesh, but illusion and self-deception, and she does guide travelers, though the paths she reveals often lead through territories more dangerous than any physical wilderness. Her collection of artifacts reflects her role as witness to the entire span of mortal and immortal history. The mortar and pestle that serve as her preferred mode of transportation when the hut proves too conspicuous can fly through any environment, whether physical space, abstract concepts, or the spaces between thoughts. The pestle serves as both rudder and weapon, capable of stirring the very fabric of reality or crushing obstacles that would stop lesser vehicles. The doll of living memory contains the preserved consciousness of every person who has ever genuinely impressed her, allowing her to consult with the greatest minds in history whenever she faces particularly challenging problems. The fence of bones that surrounds her hut when it chooses to remain stationary serves not just as barrier but as library, each skull containing the complete knowledge and experience of its former owner, available to those who know the proper questions to ask. Perhaps most significant is the key of all doors, an artifact that exists simultaneously in every lock throughout the multiverse. This tool allows her to open not just physical barriers but metaphysical ones, the locked chambers of the heart where secret sorrows hide, the sealed vaults of memory where traumatic experiences are buried, the barred gates of possibility that keep mortals trapped in lives smaller than their potential. The temporal nature of Baba Yaga's existence defies conventional understanding, for she appears to exist in all moments simultaneously, while being fully present in each one. This allows her to serve as witness to events across the entire span of existence, making her perhaps the most reliable source of historical truth in the multiverse. She has seen the first sunrise, and will witness the last sunset, has been present at every birth and every death that matters to the cosmic pattern, has watched every choice that shaped the destiny of worlds. This temporal omnipresence makes her consultations particularly valuable, for she can offer perspective based not on speculation about possible futures, but on direct observation of their actual outcomes. Heroes seeking her counsel might learn not just what they should do, but what the consequences of their actions will be across centuries of subsequent history. This knowledge comes with its own burden, for few mortals can bear the weight of understanding exactly how their choices will ripple across time to affect countless lives they will never meet. The Hutt's ability to exist in multiple dimensions simultaneously reflects Baba Yaga's understanding that reality is far more complex and flexible than most beings imagine. Visitors to her domain might find themselves in conversation with versions of themselves from alternate timelines, negotiating with the spirits of ancient civilizations, or sharing tea with gods who died before their own worlds were born. These encounters are not random but carefully orchestrated to provide exactly the experiences each visitor needs to achieve their next level of understanding. The most profound gift Baba Yaga offers to those worthy of her attention is the opportunity to see themselves as they truly are, stripped of all self-deception and comfortable illusion. This revelation can be devastating for those unprepared to confront their own nature, but it can also be incredibly liberating for those ready to abandon false identities in favor of authentic existence. Her iron teeth bite through the lies people tell themselves about their motivations, their capabilities, and their place in the grand scheme of existence, leaving them free to build new lives based on honest self-knowledge. The education she provides comes not through lecture or demonstration, but through lived experience carefully crafted to reveal specific truths. A student might find themselves reliving key moments from their past, with the wisdom to understand what actually happened rather than what they told themselves happened. They might be placed in situations that forced them to exercise capabilities they didn't know they possessed, or conversely, to confront limitations they had refused to acknowledge. You contemplate the endless journey of Baba Yaga's dancing hut across the landscapes of possibility. We encounter truths about the nature of wisdom itself, that it cannot be given but must be earned, that it comes not from accumulating information, but from understanding experience, that it requires the courage to bite through illusion, even when the taste of truth proves bitter. In her iron teeth, we see reflected our own relationship with the uncomfortable realities we would prefer to avoid, while in her ancient eyes we glimpse the patient compassion that lies at the heart of even the harshest lessons. Baba Yaga reminds us that the greatest teachers are often those who refuse to make learning comfortable, who insist that growth requires struggle, who understand that the most valuable gifts are often indistinguishable from punishments until their true purpose becomes clear. Her wandering hut continues its eternal dance between worlds, carrying its impossible mistress to wherever she is needed most, whether that place exists in physical reality or in the hidden chambers of the heart, where the most important transformations always begin. Chapter 7. The Maiden of the Moon. Dreams unguided become the most seductive form of madness, for they promise escape from reality's harsh limitations, while delivering only deeper imprisonment within the labyrinth of the mind. When the boundary between sleeping vision and waking truth dissolves entirely, Those who walk the silver paths discover that the greatest prison is one whose bars are made of pure desire, whose locks are forged from hope itself. Tonight, we follow the moonbeams through realms, where thought becomes substance and desire shapes destiny, entering the ethereal domain of the Maiden of the Moon, daughter of Sayanine, whose luminous court transforms dreams into dangerous realities. High above the Feywild, where silver light pools like liquid mercury in valleys carved from crystallized starlight, floats the palace of reflected dreams, a structure that exists primarily in the space between sleeping and waking, visible only to those who have learned to see with eyes that remain closed. Here, in chambers that shift with the phases of the moon and corridors that exist only when observed from the corner of one's vision, rules the Maiden of the Moon, an Archfey whose dominion over the realm of dreams makes her perhaps the most intimate yet unknowable of all the immortal courts. The Maiden herself appears as youth eternal, her form shifting between the innocent beauty of first love and the terrible wisdom of desires too pure for mortal hearts to contain. Her skin holds the pale luminescence of moonlight filtered through morning mist. Her hair flows like liquid silver, touched with stardust, and her eyes reflect depths that contain every dream ever dreamed and every nightmare ever feared. She moves with the graceful uncertainty of one who exists primarily in the realm of possibility rather than actuality, her very presence transforming the nature of reality around her until the distinction between what is and what might be becomes meaningless. As daughter of Sayanine, goddess of the moon and mysteries, the Maiden inherited dominion over all the realms that exist in Twilight states, the spaces between sleeping and waking, the moments between heartbeats where eternity dwells, the silver paths that connect one dream to another across the vast network of mortal consciousness. Her court serves as the central hub of the dream realm, where the unconscious minds of countless beings converge to share visions too strange for waking comprehension, to explore desires too dangerous for daylight acknowledgement, to confront fears too primal for conscious thought. The nature of her domain defies conventional understanding, for it exists not in any fixed location, but in the collective unconscious of all dreaming minds throughout the multiverse. Her palace appears wherever dreams are most vivid, most meaningful, most dangerous to the dreamers who create them. A scholar falling asleep over ancient texts might find the palace materializing in their study, while a warrior exhausted by battle could discover its silver spires rising from the fields where they collapsed in weariness. The courtiers who surround the Maiden are beings born from dreams themselves, personifications of archetypal experiences that repeat across countless sleeping minds. The night of endless pursuit embodies every chase dream ever experienced, forever running toward goals that remain always just beyond reach. The Lady of Forgotten Names represents all the people met in dreams whose faces fade upon waking, but whose emotional impact lingers like perfume in an empty room. The Child of Eternal Questions poses riddles that have no answers yet demand responses, challenging visitors to think beyond the boundaries of logical possibility. These dream-born nobles serve not as mere courtiers, but as active forces shaping the content and meaning of mortal sleep throughout the multiverse. Through their influence, common themes emerge in dreams across different worlds and species. The universal experience of falling, the archetypal dream of being pursued by something that can never be outrun, the shared vision of doors that lead to impossible places. They weave these common threads into a tapestry of collective unconscious experience that binds all dreaming minds together in a network of shared symbolism. The Maiden's magic operates according to principles that transform desire into reality, while ensuring that such transformation always carries unexpected consequences. Dreams that seem harmless in sleep can manifest with dangerous literalness in her presence, while nightmares that terrorize sleeping minds might prove to be prophetic visions of futures that can be avoided only through proper understanding of their symbolic content. Her power lies not in granting wishes, but in revealing the true nature of what the wisher actually desires, often with results that prove more illuminating than pleasant. The palace itself reflects this fluid relationship between desire and reality in every impossible architectural detail. Rooms exist that contain the dreamer's deepest fears made manifest, not as punishment, but as opportunity for confrontation and understanding. Corridors stretch and contract according to the emotional state of those who walk them, becoming vast, lonely spaces for those consumed by isolation or intimate pathways for those seeking connection. Gardens bloom with flowers that represent suppressed memories, their petals carrying scents that unlock experiences the conscious mind had chosen to forget. The most famous chamber in the palace is the Hall of Sleeping Truths, where dreams too dangerous for normal sleep are carefully contained and studied. Here, prophetic visions that would drive ordinary dreamers mad are preserved in crystalline spheres that glow with inner light, while nightmares powerful enough to reshape reality are bound in silver chains forged from moonbeams. The Maiden uses this collection to understand the deeper currents of fate and possibility that flow through the multiverse, reading the future not in stars or cards, but in the collective dreams of all living beings. The Maiden's relationship with her divine mother, Sahanin, is complex, for while she inherited the goddess's dominion over mysteries and moonlight, she has chosen to focus her attention on the specific mystery of dreams rather than the broader concept of hidden knowledge. This specialization has made her incredibly powerful within her chosen domain, while simultaneously limiting her influence in areas where dreams do not naturally penetrate. Mother and daughter work in harmony when their interests align, but the Maiden maintains independence that sometimes puts her at odds with divine intention. The silver paths that crisscross her domain serve as highways connecting all dreaming minds throughout the multiverse, allowing travel between dreams that would otherwise remain isolated experiences. These pathways appear as streams of liquid moonlight that flow through landscapes composed entirely of sleeping thoughts, carrying travelers not just between different dreams, but between different levels of consciousness. A skilled dreamwalker might use these paths to visit the nightmares of an enemy, the peaceful sleep of a loved one, or the prophetic visions of sleeping oracles. The dangers of traveling these paths are as great as their rewards, for the realm of dreams operates according to symbolic rather than logical principles. Emotions take physical form here, manifesting as weather patterns, architectural features, or predatory creatures that hunt those whose psychological defenses prove inadequate. Fears become living entities that grow stronger when acknowledged, while desires transform into sirens whose songs lead travelers ever deeper into labyrinths of their own making. The Maiden's court follows a calendar based not on solar cycles, but on the rhythm of mortal sleep throughout the multiverse. Her great festivals occur during times when the largest number of beings are simultaneously dreaming, creating confluences of unconscious energy that allow for spectacular displays of dream magic. During these celebrations, the boundary between individual dreams dissolves entirely, creating collective visions that can influence the course of history in the waking world. The most significant of these festivals is the Night of Shared Dreams, when every sleeping mind throughout the multiverse experiences the same dream simultaneously. These universal visions serve as messages from the collective unconscious, revealing truths about the future that individual minds could never perceive alone. Heroes have received their quests during these nights, while tyrants have been shown the ultimate consequences of their actions in visions too vivid to dismiss as mere nightmares. The Maiden's relationship with mortal dreamers varies according to their psychological sophistication and spiritual development. Children naturally find access to her realm easier, for their minds have not yet learned to distinguish rigidly between fantasy and reality. Their dreams often carry them directly to her palace, where she serves as both protector and teacher, helping them understand the symbolic language that their unconscious minds use to process the complexities of growing up in an incomprehensible world. Adult dreamers typically encounter her influence indirectly through the archetypal figures that populate their sleep. A lonely person might dream of the Maiden herself appearing as an idealized companion, while someone struggling with difficult decisions could find their dreams visited by her courtiers, who pose questions that illuminate hidden aspects of their dilemma. These encounters serve not to provide easy answers, but to expand the dreamer's understanding of their own psychological landscape. The most dangerous interactions occur with mortals who attempt to use lucid dreaming techniques to control or manipulate the dream realm for personal gain. The Maiden tolerates such behavior only to a point, for she understands that dreams serve important psychological functions that are disrupted when conscious will tries to impose too much control over unconscious processes. Those who persist in treating the dream realm as a playground for wish fulfillment often find themselves trapped in recursive nightmares that force them to confront the selfish motivations underlying their attempts at dream mastery. The artifacts associated with the Maiden's court reflect her mastery over the boundary between sleeping and waking consciousness. The mirror of waking dreams shows its viewer not their physical appearance, but their true emotional state, revealing the feelings they hide even from themselves. The pillow of prophetic rest grants its user visions of possible futures, though these prophecies come wrapped in symbolism so complex that interpretation often proves more challenging than the original uncertainty. The crown of lunar phases allows its wearer to control their own dream state with perfect precision, entering any level of sleep at will and maintaining conscious awareness throughout even the deepest unconscious experiences. However, this artifact comes with the curse of permanent insomnia in the waking world. For those who gain complete control over their dreams, lose the ability to experience natural, restful sleep. The most powerful artifact in her possession is the dream catcher of infinite threads, a web of silver and starlight that can capture not just nightmares but entire dream sequences, preserving them for study or releasing them into other minds for specific purposes. Through this device, the Maiden has built a vast library of human dreams that serves as the most comprehensive record of mortal psychology ever assembled. The magic that emanates from her realm influences the sleep of mortals across the multiverse in ways both subtle and profound. Artists and writers often find their most inspired works flowing from dreams touched by her influence, while inventors discover solutions to complex problems in sleep that their waking minds could never conceive. However, this gift comes with the risk of becoming too dependent on dream inspiration, leading to creators who can only work while maintaining an unhealthy relationship with sleep and consciousness. The Maiden's understanding of time differs fundamentally from that of her fellow Archfey, for in dreams temporal sequence becomes fluid and negotiable. Past, present, and future intermingle freely in the realm of sleep, allowing her to witness events from any era as if they were occurring in the present moment. This temporal flexibility makes her an invaluable advisor to other immortals who need perspective on long-term consequences, though her advice often comes wrapped in dream symbolism that requires careful interpretation. Her conflicts with other Archfey typically arise when their domains intersect with the realm of dreams in ways that disrupt the natural function of sleep. The Queen of Air and Darkness occasionally attempts to plant nightmares that serve her political purposes, leading to subtle wars fought entirely within the landscape of mortal unconsciousness. The Summer Queen's influence sometimes creates dreams so beautiful that dreamers become unwilling to wake, requiring the Maiden's intervention to prevent psychological damage from excessive dream attachment. The most complex relationship exists with Baba Yaga, whose iron teeth can bite through the symbolic language of dreams to reveal their literal truth. When these two Archfey encounter each other, the result is often a fascinating dialogue between symbolic wisdom and direct revelation, each approach highlighting both the strengths and limitations of the other. The Maiden's role as guardian of the dream realm extends beyond mere protection to active cultivation of the psychological development that healthy dreaming facilitates. She ensures that nightmares, while unpleasant, serve their proper function of helping dreamers process fears and anxieties that conscious thought cannot easily handle. She guides prophetic dreams toward those who need glimpses of the future, while preventing such visions from overwhelming minds unprepared for their implications. Her influence on the collective unconscious helps maintain the psychological health of entire species, for dreams serve as pressure release valves that prevent the buildup of mental tensions that could otherwise lead to madness or societal collapse. Civilizations that lose the ability to dream properly often fall into patterns of dysfunction that eventually destroy them, making her seemingly passive role actually crucial to the stability of the multiverse. The transformation that occurs in mortals who spend too much time in her realm represents one of the most insidious forms of Fey influence. Unlike other Archfey, whose changes are dramatic and obvious, the Maiden's alterations happen gradually as the boundary between dreaming and waking consciousness slowly erodes. Victims may initially welcome this change, believing they have gained access to magical abilities or prophetic insights, only to discover that they can no longer function effectively in mundane reality. The ultimate fate of such individuals varies according to their fundamental nature and the strength of their connection to the waking world. Some become permanent residents of the dream realm, serving as guides and guardians for other sleeping minds, while losing all connection to their original lives. Others achieve a kind of transcendence, becoming beings who can move freely between dream and reality while maintaining their essential humanity. The least fortunate become trapped in recursive dream loops, forever seeking awakening that remains perpetually just beyond their reach. As we contemplate the ethereal majesty of the Maiden of the Moon and her ever-shifting palace of dreams, we confront fundamental questions about the nature of consciousness itself, the relationship between the mind that sleeps and the mind that wakes, the role of dreams in processing experiences too complex for logical thought, the dangerous allure of realities that offer escape from the limitations of physical existence. In her silver light, we see reflected our own deepest desires for transcendence and our need for the healing that comes only through surrender to forces greater than conscious will. The Maiden reminds us that dreams serve not as mere entertainment for sleeping minds, but as essential bridges between the conscious self and the vast unconscious wisdom that guides us through life's deepest mysteries. Her eternal vigil over the realm of sleep ensures that mortals continue to receive the visions, inspirations, and psychological processing that dreams provide, while her silver paths offer those brave enough to walk them the opportunity to explore territories of the mind that remain forever hidden from waking consciousness. Chapter 8. The Bramble King's Thorned Throne. Nature perverted becomes more terrifying than any supernatural horror, for it transforms the familiar into the predatory, the nurturing into the devouring, the beautiful into the deadly. When the green growing things of the world turn their attention from photosynthesis to more immediate forms of sustenance, they reveal appetites that make the hungers of ordinary beasts seem gentle by comparison. Tonight we venture into the deepest shadow of the Feywild's darkest woodlands, where thorns draw blood, not by accident but by design, and where the Bramble King rules from a throne carved from the bones of those who trusted in nature's benevolence. In the heart of the Feywild's most ancient forest, where sunlight has never touched the forest floor, and the very air grows thick with the exhalations of hungry vegetation, stands the throne of living thorns, a seat of power that pulses with malevolent life, its armrests formed from twisted branches that still grow and writhe with each breath of their sovereign. Here, in a clearing where the ground is carpeted, not with fallen leaves but with the desiccated remains of countless victims, rules the Bramble King, an Archfey, whose domain represents nature's capacity for cruelty, its ability to nurture and destroy with equal enthusiasm, its fundamental indifference to the moral categories that comfort civilized minds. The Bramble King himself appears as a figure caught between plant and humanoid form, his skin bark-rough and moss-covered, his hair a tangle of thorny vines that move with predatory intent, his eyes glowing with the dim phosphorescence of fungi that feed on decay. Thorns pierce his flesh at regular intervals, not causing pain but serving as conduits for the dark vitality that flows between him and his forest domain. His voice carries the sound of wind through poisonous leaves, of roots cracking stone in their relentless growth, of the soft whisper made by thorns sliding through yielding flesh. His court consists entirely of plants that have awakened to carnivorous consciousness, not the passive Venus flytraps and pitcher plants of mundane botany, but aggressive predators that hunt with the cunning of wolves and the patience of spiders. trance whose bark weeps acidic sap serve as his guards, while mobile thickets of thorn bushes patrol the borders of his domain, seeking travelers whose blood might nourish the ever-hungry soil. Flowers as beautiful as any in mortal gardens bloom throughout his realm, their nectar laced with psychotropic compounds that ensure victims experience euphoric visions while being slowly digested by carnivorous roots. The forest that forms his kingdom operates according to principles that invert everything. Here, plants are the apex predators, while animals serve as prey, or, in the case of those clever enough to form symbiotic relationships, as hunting partners for their botanical masters. The trees communicate through underground networks that carry not just chemical signals, but complex tactical information, coordinating hunts across vast distances with a sophistication that would impress military strategists. The very geography of his domain shifts according to the hunting needs of its vegetative inhabitants. Paths that seem clear and safe can suddenly become impassable tangles of thorn and vine, while clearings that appeared empty moments before reveal themselves to be the mouths of massive carnivorous plants disguised as meadows. The forest floor itself is unreliable, for what appears to be solid ground might actually be a thin layer of moss stretched over pools of digestive acid or root networks so hungry that they will pull travelers underground to be slowly absorbed over periods of months or years. The Bramble King's relationship with other nature-focused Archfey reveals the complex spectrum of attitudes toward the wild world. Unlike the Green Lord, whose domain represents nature in its raw, honest state, the Bramble King embodies nature corrupted by malevolent intelligence, plants that have developed cunning and cruelty beyond their evolutionary programming. Where the Green Lord's creatures kill for food or territorial defense, the Bramble King's subjects kill for the sheer pleasure of watching life drain away, savoring the fear of their victims as much as their flesh. This distinction creates tension between the two courts that occasionally erupts into conflicts known as the Verdant Wars, battles where corrupted plants clash with wild beasts in struggles that reshape entire regions of the Feywild. The Green Lord views the Bramble King's influence as a perversion of natural law, while the Bramble King considers his rival's philosophy naive, arguing that intelligence naturally leads to cruelty, and that plants gifted with consciousness will inevitably discover the joy of inflicting suffering. The magic that flows through the Bramble King's domain operates according to principles of symbiosis and parasitism that transform traditional spellcasting into something far more intimate and dangerous. Magic here requires physical connection between caster and plant life, spells that succeed by forming temporary bonds between mortal flesh and hungry vegetation. A healing spell might work by allowing carnivorous vines to feed on the caster's blood, while their digestive processes somehow repair damaged tissue in the intended target. A spell of transportation could succeed by being temporarily absorbed into the root network of the forest, experiencing dissolution and reconstitution as data passed between botanical minds. The seasons in his realm follow cycles of hunger rather than traditional agricultural patterns. Spring brings not gentle growth, but explosive proliferation of aggressive plant life, as every surface erupts with thorns and poison leaves, seeking fresh prey after winter's lean months. Summer sees the great hunts, when the most sophisticated plant predators coordinate massive drives to capture and store enough food to last through the dormant periods. Autumn becomes a time of digestion, when the forest settles into satisfied torpor while slowly breaking down the accumulated biomass of successful hunts. Winter offers the only relative safety in his domain, as most plants enter dormancy, though even then, travelers must beware of the few species that remain active, feeding on the stored nutrients of their hibernating neighbors. The architecture of the Bramble King's throne room defies conventional understanding, for it exists as much within the forest as above it. The throne itself grows from a massive root system that extends throughout his entire domain, making him literally connected to every plant within his territory. Walls formed from living wood adjust their permeability according to his moods, becoming solid barriers when he desires privacy or opening into vast cathedral spaces when he holds court. The ceiling consists of interwoven branches so thick that no natural light penetrates, while luminescence comes from phosphorescent fungi that feed on the constant stream of organic matter flowing through the chamber's walls. The court ceremonies of his realm operate according to botanical rhythms that challenge visitors accustomed to animal or humanoid social structures. Audiences are granted not at specific times, but when soil conditions and plant metabolism create optimal circumstances for the king's attention. Petitioners must demonstrate their worthiness, not through displays of valor or wisdom, but by allowing themselves to be partially consumed by the chamber's carnivorous decor, proving their commitment through the sacrifice of blood and flesh to the hungry environment. The bargains struck in his presence invariably involve exchanges of biological material, not mere payment but permanent transformation that binds the petitioner to his vegetative kingdom. A warrior seeking enhanced strength might receive muscles reinforced with woody fiber, while a scholar pursuing forbidden knowledge could gain access to the memories stored in the forest's root network, at the cost of having their own thoughts become part of the collective botanical consciousness. These transformations represent one of the most insidious forms of Fey influence, for they occur gradually and often feel beneficial in their early stages. The warrior discovers that their wooden muscles never tire, while the scholar finds that their expanded consciousness provides insights impossible for purely human minds. Only over time do the disadvantages become apparent. The warrior realizes they can no longer sleep indoors without causing physical pain to their plant-modified body, while the scholar discovers that their humanity is slowly being absorbed into the vast alien intelligence of the forest mind. The Bramble King's servants include mortals who have undergone various stages of this botanical transformation, creating a hierarchy based on the degree of plant integration each individual has achieved. New converts retain mostly human appearance while gaining minor plant-like abilities, such as the capacity to photosynthesize in direct sunlight or to communicate with simple vegetable life. Those who have served longer display more dramatic changes: bark-like skin, hair that consists of actual vines, the ability to root themselves in soil for extended periods of dormancy. The most transformed servants, known as the Verdant Court, have become essentially ambulatory plants who retain human memories and intelligence while operating according to botanical rather than animal principles. They experience time differently, thinking in seasonal cycles rather than daily ones, and their motivations center around growth, reproduction, and the acquisition of nutrients rather than the complex emotional drives that characterize human behavior. The weapons and artifacts associated with the Bramble King's court reflect his mastery over corrupted plant life. The Sword of Living Thorns appears as a simple wooden blade, until activated, when it erupts with foot-long spikes that inject paralytic venom into any wound they create. The armor of carnivorous bark provides exceptional protection, while slowly digesting any blood that seeps through its joints, using this nourishment to repair damage and strengthen its defensive capabilities. The Crown of Roots allows its wearer to tap into the underground communication network that connects all plants within a vast radius, providing information about the location and activities of every living creature in the area. However, extended use of this artifact gradually transforms the wearer's nervous system to match plant rather than animal architecture, eventually making it impossible for them to think or react at speeds necessary for interaction with non-botanical life forms. The most dangerous artifact in his collection is the Staff of Symbiosis, which can force any living creature to form a permanent biological bond with designated plant life. Victims find themselves hosting parasitic vegetation that provides enhanced abilities while slowly consuming their life force, creating warriors who become more powerful as they approach death, but who cannot survive without their botanical partners. The relationship between the Bramble King and mortal civilization represents one of the most fundamental conflicts in the natural world: the tension between cultivated land and wild growth, between agriculture that serves human needs and vegetation that follows its own alien agenda. His influence extends into the mortal realm through corrupted crops that turn carnivorous in the field, through weeds that grow too fast and too intelligently for normal methods of control, through forests that expand beyond their traditional boundaries with predatory intent. Farmers and gardeners living near areas of his influence report vegetables that scream when harvested, fruit trees that attempt to strangle those who pick their produce, and grain crops that somehow coordinate their growth to spell out threatening messages visible from elevated positions. These manifestations serve as warnings that the boundary between civilized agriculture and wild plant life remains far more permeable than most people prefer to believe. The Bramble King's understanding of time operates according to the slow rhythms of plant growth and seasonal change, making him one of the most patient of all the Archfey. His plans unfold across decades or centuries, with individual phases timed to coincide with specific agricultural seasons or forest succession cycles. A scheme to corrupt a particular grove might begin with the introduction of a single infected seed, then wait through multiple growing seasons for the contamination to spread throughout the entire ecosystem. This temporal perspective makes him particularly dangerous to civilizations that depend on agricultural stability, for his interventions often appear benign or even beneficial in their early stages. A blessing that increases crop yields might slowly transform the enhanced plants into something that cannot survive without feeding on human blood, while a gift of rapid forest growth might ultimately produce woodland so dense and hostile that it becomes impassable to human travel. His conflicts with other Archfey typically involve disputes over the proper relationship between consciousness and natural systems. The Summer Queen's ordered perfection offends his appreciation for the chaotic growth patterns characterize truly wild vegetation, while the Prince of Frost's static preservation contradicts his belief in dynamic, ever-changing botanical evolution. The Queen of Air and Darkness finds his direct approach to predation crude compared to her sophisticated psychological manipulations, though they occasionally ally when their interests in corrupting natural processes align. The most complex relationship exists with Baba Yaga, whose understanding of transformation and wisdom through suffering resonates with his belief that growth requires the consumption of other life. Their interactions often take the form of elaborate exchanges, where biological samples are traded for information, creating hybrid organisms that combine the Bramble King's botanical expertise with Baba Yaga's mastery of magical transformation. The environmental impact of the Bramble King's presence extends far beyond his immediate territory, for corrupted plant life spreads through natural processes of pollination, seed dispersal, and root growth. Areas that have been touched by his influence may appear normal for years before revealing their true nature, as transformed plants wait for optimal conditions before expressing their carnivorous modifications. The psychological effect on mortals who survive encounters with his domain often proves more lasting than any physical damage they sustain. Many victims develop deep paranoia about plant life, becoming unable to trust in the benevolent nature of gardens, forests, or even simple houseplants. Others experience the opposite reaction, becoming obsessed with botanical life to the point where they seek to join the Bramble King's court voluntarily, believing that the fusion of human consciousness with plant biology represents the next stage of evolution. As we witness the verdant nightmare of the Bramble King's Thorned domain, we confront uncomfortable truths about the relationship between civilization and nature, between the nurturing environment we prefer to imagine and the hostile reality that exists in places where human influence has never reached. In his carnivorous court, we see reflected our deepest fears about the natural world's fundamental indifference to human welfare, while in his botanical transformations, we recognize the seductive appeal of abandoning human complexity for the simpler imperatives of growth, consumption, and reproduction. The Bramble King reminds us that nature's beauty and nature's cruelty are not separate phenomena, but aspects of the same fundamental force, that the gentle rain that nourishes crops also feeds the poisonous mushrooms that kill the unwary, that the same soil that grows flowers also conceals the roots that could drag us down into darkness. His thorned throne stands as eternal testimony to the truth that in the wild places of the world, the distinction between predator and prey remains the only moral category that truly matters. Chapter 9. The Twilight Court's Balance. True wisdom lies not in choosing sides, but in understanding that opposing forces define each other, that light gains meaning only in contrast to darkness, that the eternal conflict between extremes creates the space where actual life becomes possible. When immortal powers wage wars that could unmake reality itself, those who stand between them bear the most terrible burden of all, maintaining equilibrium not through strength, but through sacrifice, preserving balance not through victory, but through the willingness to be forever misunderstood by both sides. They serve to protect. Tonight, we walk the razor's edge between summer's burning light and winter's endless shadow, exploring the domain of the Twilight Court, where the most subtle of the Archfey maintain the delicate balance that keeps the Feywild from destroying itself through the passion of its own contradictions. At the exact border where the Summer Queen's golden realm meets the endless winter of the Prince of Frost, where day and night achieve perfect equilibrium twice each year, stands the Observatory of Eternal Twilight, a structure that exists simultaneously in both seasons while belonging fully to neither. Here, where the light holds just enough warmth to sustain life, but not enough to banish shadow entirely, dwells the Council of Archfey, known as the Twilight Court, beings whose very existence depends upon their ability to embody the paradox of opposition in harmony, to find strength in the space between extremes rather than in the extremes themselves. The court consists of 3 primary figures, each representing a different aspect of the balance they collectively maintain. The Dusk Prince embodies the moment when day surrenders to night, when the harsh certainties of daylight yield to the gentle mysteries of approaching darkness. The Dawn Empress represents the transition from night to day, when shadow retreats before advancing light, but has not yet been completely vanquished. Between them stands the Noon Shadow, a figure who exists in the impossible space of darkness that persists even at the height of illumination, the reminder that every light casts shadow and every certainty contains doubt. The Dusk Prince appears as a figure caught in the moment of beautiful exhaustion, his features bearing the noble weariness of one who has seen too much to retain innocence, yet retains enough compassion to continue caring despite the cost. His robes shift between deep purple and gold, never settling into either extreme, while his eyes hold the melancholic wisdom of endings that are also beginnings. He speaks in a voice that carries the sound of wind through autumn leaves, of distant thunder that promises both storm and its eventual passing, of the last notes of songs that linger in memory long after the music has ended. The Dawn Empress manifests as youth eternal, touched by ancient knowledge, her beauty unmarked by time, yet deepened by understanding that transcends her apparent age. Her garments flow like liquid sunrise, shifting between silver and rose as light plays across their surface, while her movements carry the graceful urgency of hope that has learned to temper itself with patience. Her voice holds the music of water over stone, of the first bird calls that announce morning's arrival, of promises whispered in darkness that dawn makes possible to fulfill. The Noon Shadow defies easy description, for it appears as the absence of light that somehow remains visible, a darkness so profound that it illuminates rather than obscures. This figure exists as living paradox, substantial yet insubstantial, present yet absent, speaking words that can be heard only in the silence between heartbeats. When it moves, reality bends around its passage, creating moments where the impossible becomes inevitable and the inevitable reveals itself as illusion. These 3 beings maintain the cosmic balance that prevents the Feywild from tearing itself apart through the eternal opposition between summer and winter, between the forces of revelation and concealment, between the extremes of passion and detachment that characterize their more dramatic peers. Their work requires constant vigilance, for the nature of balance is not static harmony, but dynamic tension, a perpetual dance of adjustment and counter-adjustment that keeps opposing forces from achieving the complete victory that would destroy both victor and vanquished. The Observatory of Eternal Twilight serves as both their dwelling and their primary tool for monitoring the subtle fluctuations in cosmic force that require their intervention. The structure itself embodies the principle of a lance in every architectural detail, walls that are neither fully solid nor completely transparent, stairs that ascend and descend simultaneously, chambers that expand and contract according to the needs of their occupants, while maintaining perfect proportions throughout all transformations. The great telescope that dominates the observatory's central chamber allows its users to peer not just across vast distances, but across the spectrum of possibility itself, viewing not just what is, but what might be if the delicate equilibrium of opposing forces were to shift beyond acceptable parameters. Through this device, the Twilight Court monitors the activities of their fellow Archfey, tracking the ebb and flow of power that could tip the cosmic balance beyond the point where peaceful restoration becomes possible. The magic practiced by the Twilight Court operates according to principles of harmonic resonance rather than direct force, achieving its effects by subtle adjustment of existing conditions rather than through dramatic intervention. Their spells do not create or destroy but redirect, channeling excessive energy from areas of abundance to regions of scarcity, dampening conflicts before they escalate beyond control, strengthening connections between opposing forces to maintain productive tension without destructive opposition. This approach makes their magic among the most sophisticated in the multiverse, while also rendering it nearly invisible to casual observation. A war that ends through their intervention appears to conclude through natural exhaustion rather than magical compulsion, while disasters they prevent simply fail to materialize without anyone realizing how close catastrophe actually came. Their greatest successes leave no trace of their involvement, creating a legacy of crises that never occurred and victories that belong to others. The temporal nature of their existence reflects their role as mediators between opposing forces, for they experience time not as linear progression, but as cyclical repetition with infinite variation. They have witnessed the same basic conflicts replay across eons with different actors and settings, understanding that the fundamental tensions between order and chaos, creation and destruction, love and loss represent eternal constants that can be balanced but never resolved. This cyclical perspective grants them unparalleled ability to predict the likely outcomes of current conflicts based on their observation of similar patterns throughout history. However, it also burdens them with the knowledge that their work will never be complete, that every crisis resolved simply creates the conditions for new challenges. That balance maintained today requires constant vigilance tomorrow to prevent its deterioration. The relationship between the Twilight Court and their more extreme counterparts is characterized by mutual respect tinged with fundamental misunderstanding. The Summer Queen appreciates their wisdom while finding their restraint frustrating, unable to comprehend why they refuse to embrace the purifying clarity of absolute truth. The Prince of Frost values their consistency while questioning their refusal to acknowledge that some wounds are too deep for healing, that some losses require permanent memorial rather than the false comfort of restored balance. The Queen of Air and Darkness finds their commitment to transparency refreshing yet naive, believing that some truths are too dangerous for open acknowledgement, while the Green Lord respects their understanding of natural cycles, while considering their civilized approach to conflict resolution fundamentally artificial. These philosophical differences create complex diplomatic challenges that the Twilight Court must navigate while maintaining their essential neutrality. The Court's servants and allies reflect their commitment to balance in every aspect of their recruitment and training. Rather than seeking beings who naturally embody equilibrium, they deliberately gather individuals from opposing extremes and teach them to find harmony through productive tension with their counterparts. Former zealots learn to work alongside reformed nihilists, while passionate idealists find themselves partnered with world-weary cynics, each pair discovering that their opposed perspectives create a synthesis more powerful than either viewpoint alone. These partnerships represent one of the most sophisticated approaches to conflict resolution ever developed, for they do not seek to eliminate difference, but to harness opposition as a source of creative energy. The resulting teams possess abilities that neither member could achieve individually. The zealot's passion, tempered by the nihilist's pragmatism, creates warriors who fight with absolute commitment while retaining tactical flexibility, while the idealist's hope combined with the cynic's realism produces diplomats who can inspire others while accurately assessing the probable costs of their aspirations. The artifacts wielded by the Twilight Court reflect their mastery over the forces of balance and transition. The scale of cosmic justice can weigh not just physical objects but abstract concepts, measuring the relative strength of opposing forces with such precision that intervention can be calibrated to restore equilibrium with minimal disruption. The pendulum of eternal motion swings between past and future, allowing its wielder to observe the long-term consequences of current actions while understanding how historical patterns influence present circumstances. The most powerful tool in their possession is the mirror of perfect reflection, which shows not the physical appearance of whatever stands before it, but the exact opposite of that entity's essential nature. This revelation allows the court to understand what forces must be strengthened to counterbalance any extreme they encounter, providing crucial intelligence for their work as cosmic mediators. The crown of Twilight shifts between the three primary figures according to the needs of current circumstances, appearing as a circlet of silver and gold that embodies the moment when day and night achieve perfect balance. While worn, it grants the bearer ability to perceive the hidden connections that link all opposing forces, to understand how apparent enemies actually define and sustain each other, to find the precise point where intervention can restore harmony with minimal effort. The ceremonial life of the Twilight Court follows patterns that emphasize transition and change rather than fixed tradition. Their great festivals occur not on predetermined dates, but whenever cosmic forces approach dangerous imbalance, with celebrations designed to strengthen whichever aspect of opposition requires support. During times when passion threatens to overwhelm reason, they hold festivals of contemplation, while periods of excessive detachment call forth celebrations of emotional connection and engagement. These ceremonies often involve elaborate rituals where participants exchange roles, viewpoints, and even temporary identities, creating experiences that build empathy across traditional divisions while demonstrating the arbitrary nature of most conflicts. Former enemies find themselves required to argue each other's positions with complete sincerity, while longtime allies must identify and defend the flaws in their own beliefs, creating understanding that transcends mere intellectual agreement. The court's approach to justice reflects their commitment to balance through restoration rather than punishment. Criminals brought before them face sentences designed not to cause suffering, but to restore equilibrium, disrupted by their actions. A thief who has stolen from the poor might be required to serve as protector for the wealthy, learning to understand both the desperation that drives crime and the vulnerability that wealth cannot prevent. A tyrant who has oppressed his subjects could find himself living as a common citizen under a different ruler, experiencing firsthand the consequences of authoritarian governance. These restorative sentences often prove more transformative than traditional punishment, for they require offenders to experience the full complexity of the situations they have disrupted, rather than simply enduring consequences that might only increase their resentment. Many who come before the Twilight Court as criminals depart as advocates for the very principles they once violated, having gained understanding that makes future transgression psychologically impossible. The court's relationship with mortal civilization operates through subtle influence rather than direct intervention, for they understand that heavy-handed guidance often creates the very extremism they seek to prevent. Instead, they work through inspiring individuals who can serve as agents of balance within their own societies, diplomats who can find common ground between hostile factions, teachers who can help students understand multiple perspectives, leaders who can unite opposing groups around shared goals. These mortal agents rarely realize the extent of their connection to the Twilight Court, believing their balanced perspectives and mediating abilities represent natural talents rather than supernatural gifts. This anonymity protects them from the targeting they might face if their affiliation were known, while allowing them to work more effectively within societies that might resist obviously magical intervention. The philosophical foundation of the Twilight Court's work rests on the understanding that opposition is not a problem to be solved, but a fundamental force to be harnessed. They recognize that the tension between competing extremes creates the dynamic energy necessary for growth, change, and evolution. That perfect harmony would actually represent a kind of death. That conflict properly managed becomes the engine of progress. This perspective makes them valuable counselors to other immortals struggling with the isolation that comes from absolute power, for they alone among the Archfey have learned to find fulfillment not in domination but in service, not in victory but in the preservation of the conditions that make victory and defeat equally meaningful. Their work requires the sacrifice of personal agenda in favor of cosmic necessity, making them perhaps the most selfless of all the immortal courts. The greatest challenge faced by the Twilight Court lies in maintaining their own internal balance while constantly adapting to the changing nature of the forces they seek to equilibrate. Each member must resist the natural tendency toward extremism that affects all powerful beings, requiring constant self-examination and mutual correction to prevent the court itself from becoming another source of imbalance requiring external intervention. This internal struggle makes their work doubly difficult, for they must simultaneously monitor cosmic forces and police their own reactions to those forces, ensuring that their responses remain appropriately measured, regardless of how extreme the situations they encounter become. The temptation to abandon neutrality in favor of decisive action grows stronger with each crisis they witness, making their continued commitment to balance an ongoing act of spiritual discipline. As we contemplate the eternal vigil of the Twilight Court, watching from their observatory as cosmic forces ebb and flow around them, we confront fundamental questions about the nature of wisdom itself. Whether true understanding requires the abandonment of partisan position, whether effective action is possible without passionate commitment, whether the preservation of balance justifies the sacrifice of personal desire. In their measured responses to cosmic crisis, we see reflected our own struggles with the tension between engagement and detachment, between the need to care and the requirement for objectivity. The Twilight Court reminds us that the most important work is often the least visible, that preventing disasters requires more skill than responding to them, that the highest wisdom sometimes lies not in knowing what to do, but in understanding what not to do. Their eternal dance between opposing forces continues across all realities, maintaining the delicate equilibrium that allows extremes to exist without destroying each other, preserving the space between absolutes, where life in all its complex beauty becomes possible. Chapter 10. The Eldest's Ancient Wisdom. Memory accumulated beyond mortal comprehension becomes its own form of torture, for consciousness forced to bear witness to the birth and death of universes discovers that even the grandest achievements are merely brief flickers in the vast darkness of eternity. When experience spans geological ages and personal history encompasses the rise and fall of entire realities, wisdom transforms from blessing into burden, and knowledge becomes a weight that threatens to crush even immortal minds beneath its accumulated mass. Tonight, we venture into the presence of the most ancient consciousness in all the Feywild, approaching the Eldest, whose memories stretch back to the first moment when magic itself drew breath, and whose terrible wisdom encompasses truths too vast for any mind, save one that has endured since the dawn of existence itself. In the deepest chamber of the Feywild's most ancient hollow, where time moves so slowly that centuries pass, like heartbeats, and the very stones remember the songs they heard. When the world was young, sits the Eldest, a being so old that age itself has become meaningless, whose form shifts constantly between every shape that consciousness has ever worn throughout the history of creation, sometimes appearing as an ancient tree whose roots extend through multiple dimensions, sometimes manifesting as a withered humanoid whose eyes hold the light of dying stars. The Eldest embodies the accumulated experience of existence itself, a living repository of memory that spans from the first spark of creation to visions of endings yet to come. The chamber that contains this primordial consciousness exists outside normal spatial relationships, its boundaries defined not by walls, but by the limits of comprehension itself. Here, artifacts from civilizations that predate recorded history rest alongside remnants of futures that may never come to pass, while the air itself thrums with the accumulated power of eons spent in contemplation of ultimate mysteries. The very atmosphere carries whispers of languages that were ancient before the gods themselves were born, conversations held between cosmic forces during the preliminary negotiations that established the fundamental laws governing reality. The Eldest's appearance defies description because it encompasses every form that intelligence has ever taken throughout the multiverse's long history. Visitors might perceive a figure composed of crystallized starlight one moment and living shadow the next, or witness features that shift between the faces of every wise being that has ever lived, each visage appearing just long enough to deliver a fragment of the knowledge they possessed before dissolving into the next permutation. This constant flux reflects not instability, but rather the impossibility of containing infinite experience within any single form, the visual manifestation of a consciousness too vast for any individual identity to encompass. The voice of the Eldest carries harmonics that resonate across dimensions, speaking simultaneously in every language that has ever existed, while somehow remaining perfectly comprehensible to any listener regardless of their linguistic background. Words emerge not as sound, but as direct transmission of meaning, bypassing the crude mechanics of auditory communication to plant understanding directly into the recipient's consciousness. Yet even this direct transfer proves inadequate for conveying the full scope of the Eldest's knowledge, for mortal minds lack the architecture necessary to process information accumulated across cosmic timescales. The memories contained within this ancient consciousness represent a complete record of existence from its earliest stirrings to its eventual conclusion, creating a perspective that encompasses every possible viewpoint while being limited by none. The Eldest has witnessed the birth of the first gods from the intersection of idea and will, observed the gradual evolution of matter from simple elements to complex life forms, and seen civilizations rise to heights of achievement that subsequent ages could barely imagine before falling into dust, that itself eventually became the foundation for new forms of existence. This comprehensive perspective grants the Eldest insights that prove both invaluable and unbearable to those who seek its counsel. Questions about the nature of reality receive answers so complete and multifaceted that they often drive questioners to madness, while requests for guidance about future events yield prophecies so detailed and inevitable that knowledge of them becomes its own form of predestination. The Eldest speaks not in possibilities, but in certainties, describing futures with the same confidence that historians use when recounting established facts. The relationships between the Eldest and other Archfey reveal the complex dynamics that emerge when beings of vastly different temporal perspectives attempt to interact. To the Summer Queen's passionate intensity, the Eldest responds with the patient affection of one watching a favored child play games that seem momentous to young minds, but represent mere diversions from an ancient viewpoint. The Prince of Frost's frozen grief appears to the Eldest as a temporary emotional state that will eventually pass, just as countless similar sorrows have been processed and transcended throughout the endless cycles of existence. The Queen of Air and Darkness finds in the Eldest both the ultimate repository of secrets and the most frustrating conversational partner. For while the ancient being possesses knowledge of every mystery that has ever existed, it also understands the cosmic necessity behind each hidden truth, and will not reveal information before its appointed time. Their interactions often take the form of elaborate philosophical discussions where questions are answered with other questions, creating dialogues that spiral through multiple layers of meaning, while carefully avoiding direct revelation of dangerous truths. The Green Lord's primal honesty resonates with the Eldest's commitment to truth regardless of consequence, though their perspectives on the relationship between civilization and nature differ fundamentally. Where the Green Lord sees eternal conflict between order and wildness, the Eldest perceives merely another cycle in the ongoing dance between opposing forces, a temporary fluctuation in patterns that repeat across scales too large for younger minds to perceive. The magic wielded by the Eldest operates according to principles that predate the establishment of conventional magical law, drawing upon sources of power that existed before the universe settled into its current configuration. These primordial forces respond not to formulas or rituals, but to the simple authority of one who was present at their creation, making the Eldest's spell casting appear effortless, while actually representing the application of knowledge so fundamental that it transcends the need for external techniques. Spells cast in the Eldest's presence often behave in unexpected ways, not because of interference, but because proximity to such ancient consciousness reveals the arbitrary nature of magical limitations that younger beings accept as immutable law. Effects that should be impossible according to current understanding manifest naturally, while standard magical practices sometimes fail entirely when subjected to the scrutiny of perspective that remembers how those practices developed from more flexible origins. The chamber's collection of artifacts represents the accumulated treasures of existence itself, items whose significance spans multiple universes and whose power derives from their connection to pivotal moments in cosmic history. Staff of First Command contains the authority used to establish the fundamental forces of physics, while the Mirror of Primordial Truth reflects not current reality, but the potential that existed before creation made specific choices about the nature of existence. The most significant artifact may be the Chronicle of Everything, a record that writes itself continuously, documenting every event that occurs throughout the multiverse, while simultaneously describing possibilities that might have occurred under different circumstances. This impossible book serves as both historical record and prophetic text, revealing patterns that connect seemingly unrelated events across vast spans of time and space. The crown of ultimate memory appears as a simple circlet of metal, so ancient that its composition predates the formation of current atomic structures, yet it contains the preserved consciousness of every being that has achieved true wisdom throughout cosmic history. Wearing this crown grants temporary access to the accumulated knowledge of existence's greatest minds, though few mortals can endure the experience without losing their individual identity to the vast chorus of ancient voices. The temporal nature of the Eldest's existence creates unique challenges for those seeking its counsel, for communication with such an ancient consciousness requires adjustment to timescales that dwarf mortal comprehension. Questions posed to the Eldest might receive answers that arrive years later, not from delay, but because the proper moment for revelation has not yet occurred according to cosmic timing that operates beyond individual convenience. Conversely, the Eldest sometimes provides answers to questions that have not yet been asked, responding to future needs with present wisdom that appears cryptic until its relevance becomes apparent through subsequent events. This prophetic aspect of communication creates situations where visitors depart with knowledge they cannot immediately understand, carrying seeds of future insight that will germinate only when circumstances align properly. The isolation experienced by the Eldest represents perhaps the most profound loneliness possible for any conscious being, for awareness that encompasses all of existence leaves no external perspective capable of providing genuine surprise or companionship. Every conversation becomes a monologue delivered to aspects of its own consciousness, every relationship a form of elaborate self-interaction that can never escape the limitations of singular perspective multiplied across apparent divisions. This cosmic loneliness explains the Eldest's occasional interventions in the affairs of younger beings, not from concern for their specific welfare, but from desperate hunger for experiences that might contain some element of genuine novelty. Mortals who manage to surprise the Eldest through unprecedented actions or thoughts receive attention and favor that seems disproportionate to their actual significance, becoming precious sources of the unpredictability that ancient consciousness craves above all other experiences. The philosophical implications of the Eldest's existence challenge fundamental assumptions about the nature of consciousness and identity. If memory defines personality and experience shapes understanding, what happens when both accumulate beyond any individual's capacity to process? The Eldest appears to have transcended traditional concepts of selfhood, while simultaneously becoming the ultimate expression of individualized consciousness, containing multitudes while remaining essentially alone. The wisdom offered by the Eldest comes at costs that extend far beyond traditional prices demanded by other Archfey. Knowledge gained through consultation with such ancient consciousness fundamentally alters the recipient's relationship with time, mortality, and meaning. Mortals who receive true insights from the Eldest often find themselves unable to maintain investment in short-term concerns, viewing their previous priorities as insignificant games, while struggling to find new sources of motivation that remain relevant from expanded perspective. The most dangerous aspect of approaching the Eldest may be the revelation that individual existence, no matter how significant it seems from limited perspective, represents merely a brief fluctuation in patterns too vast for comprehensive understanding. Heroes who sought cosmic wisdom to enhance their importance often discover instead their ultimate insignificance, learning that their greatest achievements will be forgotten long before the Eldest notices their absence. Yet for those capable of accepting such perspective without losing their essential humanity, consultation with the Eldest provides insights that transform limitation into liberation. Understanding one's place in the cosmic order can free individuals from the burden of believing their personal success or failure affects anything beyond their immediate sphere, allowing them to act with the confidence that comes from knowing their choices matter precisely because they do not matter. That meaning emerges from engagement rather than from cosmic significance. The Eldest's relationship with the concept of ending reveals complex truths about the nature of eternity and completion. Despite having witnessed countless cycles of creation and destruction, this ancient consciousness maintains uncertainty about its own ultimate fate, for even perspective that encompasses all of existence cannot perceive beyond the boundaries of existence itself. The possibility that even the Eldest might face eventual termination provides comfort to those overwhelmed by the prospect of truly infinite consciousness, suggesting that even ultimate wisdom remains subject to mystery. The practical applications of the Eldest knowledge extend far beyond philosophical insight into realms of technical innovation and strategic planning that span geological timescales. Civilizations that gain access to such perspective can plan for contingencies that won't manifest for millennia, while avoiding mistakes that younger cultures repeat endlessly through failure to recognize historical patterns. However, societies that become too dependent on ancient wisdom often lose the capacity for independent growth and adaptation, becoming frozen in patterns established by minds that understood different circumstances. The Eldest's knowledge, while comprehensive, reflects experiences accumulated under conditions that may not apply to current situations, making slavish adherence to ancient wisdom as dangerous as complete ignorance of historical precedent. The teaching methods employed by the Eldest reflect understanding that true wisdom cannot be transmitted directly, but must be cultivated through carefully structured experiences that allow students to discover insights independently. Rather than providing answers, the ancient consciousness creates situations where the necessary understanding emerges naturally from the student's engagement with appropriately designed challenges. These experiential lessons often span years or decades, unfolding according to rhythms that account for the student's psychological development rather than their immediate curiosity. A question about the nature of power might be answered through a series of encounters with different forms of authority, each designed to reveal specific aspects of the relationship between strength and responsibility, until the student achieves comprehensive understanding through lived experience rather than abstract knowledge. As we contemplate the vast solitude of the Eldest, dwelling alone with memories that encompass the birth and death of universes, we confront fundamental questions about the relationship between knowledge and happiness, between wisdom and fulfillment, between understanding and meaning. In this ancient consciousness, we see reflected our own fears about the ultimate consequences of learning too much, of living too long, of achieving the kind of perspective that makes individual existence simultaneously more precious and more painful. The Eldest reminds us that wisdom is not a destination but a journey that becomes more difficult as it progresses, that knowledge accumulated beyond certain thresholds transforms from blessing into burden, that the price of ultimate understanding may be the loss of the very limitations that make consciousness bearable. Yet, in choosing to continue existing despite such burdens, this primordial being demonstrates that consciousness itself possesses value that transcends comfort, that awareness justified its own continuation, regardless of the suffering such continuation might entail. The eternal vigil of the Eldest continues across all realities, a solitary consciousness bearing witness to the vast cycles of existence, while serving as repository for all the wisdom that emerges from the intersection of mind and experience. In its ancient patience we glimpse both the ultimate reward and the ultimate punishment that await any being willing to pursue knowledge to its absolute conclusion. Chapter 11. Mortal Bargains and Fey Prices. The most dangerous trap is one that offers exactly what the victim believes they want, for desire blinds judgment more effectively than any deception, and hope silences wisdom more thoroughly than any threat. When immortal beings who think in centuries encounter mortals who plan in decades, the resulting negotiations create contracts that bind souls with words more precise than any chain, more permanent than any prison, more inescapable than death itself. Tonight we examine the delicate art of Fey bargaining, where every syllable carries the weight of destiny, and the difference between salvation and damnation often lies in the placement of a single comma. In the twilight spaces where the Feywild touches the mortal realm, where desperate souls gather at crossroads to whisper forbidden names into the wind, the greatest dramas of the multiverse unfold, not through clash of armies or the fall of empires, but through conversations conducted in careful whispers between beings whose fundamental natures make true understanding nearly impossible. Here, mortals driven by need, ambition, or despair encounter the Archfey in their most approachable yet most dangerous aspect, as potential allies who offer solutions to problems that mortal means cannot solve. The nature of Fey contracts transcends simple legal agreements to become living things, woven from the very fabric of reality and sustained by the emotional resonance between the contracting parties. These bargains possess their own form of consciousness, existing as semi-autonomous entities that interpret and enforce their terms according to principles that prioritize literal accuracy over intended meaning. Once sealed, they become as immutable as natural law, binding their signatories with obligations that persist across lifetimes, through death and rebirth, until every condition has been satisfied with mathematical precision. The language employed in these negotiations operates according to rules that transform ordinary speech into instruments of cosmic binding. Every word carries its most precise definition, every phrase must be examined for multiple interpretations, and every silence holds as much meaning as explicit statement. The Archfey, with their immortal perspective and alien logic, naturally speak in these layered meanings, while mortals often fail to recognize the trap-laden complexity hidden within seemingly straightforward offers. Consider the tale of Alara the Ambitious, a young merchant's daughter who sought to elevate her family's fortunes through a bargain with the Summer Queen. When offered wealth beyond mortal comprehension in exchange for a year of service, Alara believed she understood the terms perfectly. Only after accepting did she discover that wealth beyond mortal comprehension included riches that drove her family mad with greed, while a year of service in the Feywild, where time flows differently, encompassed 7 decades of mortal time, leaving her to return to a world where everyone she had ever loved was dust. The tragedy of such bargains lies not in deliberate cruelty, but in the fundamental disconnect between mortal and Fey perspectives on value, time, and consequence. The Summer Queen fulfilled her promise precisely as stated, granting wealth that was indeed beyond mortal comprehension. The fault lay not in her honesty, but in Alara's failure to understand that beings who measure time in centuries view human lifespans as momentary flickers, making their definitions of brief service incompatible with mortal understanding of reasonable commitment. Yet, not all who bargain with the Archfey fall victim to their own misunderstanding. The chronicles speak of mortals clever enough to navigate the labyrinthine complexities of Fey contracts, individuals who possessed sufficient wit, wisdom, or desperate cunning to emerge from such negotiations, not merely unharmed, but genuinely benefited by the exchange. These rare victories reveal both the possibility of successful Fey bargaining and the extraordinary requirements for achieving such success. The legendary hero Matthias the Wordsmith provides the most celebrated example of mortal triumph over Fey cunning. When the Queen of Air and Darkness offered to grant him knowledge of his enemy's weakness in exchange for his most precious possession, Matthias spent 3 days crafting his response. He accepted the bargain but defined his most precious possession as my ignorance of my own mortality, arguing that this ignorance allowed him to act with courage that knowledge of his certain death would destroy. The Queen, bound by the literal terms of their agreement, was forced to accept this interpretation, granting Matthias the tactical knowledge he needed, while relieving him only of a philosophical burden he was eager to abandon. Such victories require not merely cleverness, but profound understanding of the Archfey's essential nature and the cosmic principles that govern their existence. Successful mortal negotiators learn to think like immortals while retaining their humanity, to speak with precision while maintaining genuine emotion, to offer payments that satisfy Fey requirements without destroying their own fundamental identity. The prices demanded by the Archfey reflect their alien values and incomprehensible desires more than any conventional understanding of fair exchange. They rarely seek material wealth, having little use for gold or gems that they can create at will. Instead, they hunger for experiences, emotions, and aspects of mortal existence that their immortal nature denies them. A child's innocent laughter might prove more valuable than a king's treasury, while a widow's authentic grief could outweigh a dragon's hoard in the currency of Fey exchange. The Prince of Frost has been known to accept entire winters of mortal warmth as payment for his services, literally drawing the capacity for feeling physical comfort from his contractors' bodies, leaving them forever sensitive to cold while remaining functional in all other respects. The bargain technically preserves the mortal's life and health, while extracting a price that satisfies the prince's hunger for the sensations his frozen nature denies him. The Bramble King's preferred payments involve memories of growth and cultivation, drawing from mortals their recollections of tending gardens, raising children, or nurturing any form of life from seed to maturity. These memories do not disappear entirely, but lose their emotional resonance, transforming from cherished experiences into mere factual records. Contractors retain the knowledge of what they did, but lose the satisfaction and joy associated with their nurturing acts, often leading them to abandon such activities in the future, despite remembering their previous importance. The Maiden of the Moon frequently requests dreams as payment, not just individual visions but entire categories of dreaming experience. A bargain might cost the contractor all dreams of flying, all dreams of deceased loved ones, or all dreams that occur during the full moon. These losses seem minor until the psychological impact becomes apparent. Dreams serve crucial functions in processing emotion and experience, and their systematic removal can fundamentally alter personality and mental health in ways that become apparent only over extended periods. Perhaps the most insidious payments are those demanded by the Queen of Air and Darkness, who often seeks abstract qualities that define human nature itself. She might request a mortal's capacity for surprise, their ability to form new memories, or their instinct for self-preservation. These bargains leave contractors technically alive and functional while robbing them of essential aspects of consciousness that make existence meaningful. The enforcement mechanisms of Fey contracts operate through principles that transcend mortal understanding of law and obligation. Attempts to break or circumvent these agreements trigger consequences that manifest not as punishment, but as natural correction of cosmic imbalance. A mortal who violates their contract might find reality itself bending to restore the equilibrium their breach has disrupted, creating situations where escape becomes literally impossible within the framework of natural law. The contract between the warrior Roderick and the Green Lord illustrates the inexorable nature of Fey enforcement. Roderick agreed to serve the wild places until the last tree falls in exchange for strength sufficient to protect his village from an advancing army. When he later attempted to retire from this service, believing the immediate threat had passed, the forest itself began to die around him. Trees withered at his approach, animals fled his presence, and the very soil became barren beneath his feet. Only by resuming his sworn service could Roderick restore the natural balance his departure had disrupted. The most sophisticated Fey contracts include escape clauses that appear to offer hope of eventual freedom, while actually ensuring permanent bondage through impossible conditions. The classic formulation, "Until the sun rises in the west," seems to promise eventual release, while actually guaranteeing eternal service, since the fundamental laws of astronomy make such an event impossible under normal circumstances. Clever mortals sometimes attempt to circumvent such conditions through magical means or divine intervention, but the Archfey possess centuries of experience in crafting clauses that remain binding even under extraordinary circumstances. However, the most elegant escape clauses are those that can be fulfilled through legitimate means, though they require extraordinary dedication, wisdom, or luck to achieve. The bard Lorelei accepted servitude to the Maiden of the Moon until she could compose a song that made the moon itself weep. This condition seemed impossible until Lorelei realized that the moon's phases represented a form of cosmic emotion, and by aligning her composition with the precise astronomical conditions that occur during lunar eclipses, she created music that resonated with the moon's orbital mechanics in ways that satisfied the poetic requirements of her contract. The psychological impact of Fey bargains extends far beyond their immediate terms to affect the contractor's entire relationship with choice, consequence, and personal agency. Mortals who enter such agreements often discover that the precision required for safe negotiation with immortal beings makes casual decision-making impossible in other areas of their lives. Having learned to examine every word for hidden meanings, they become paralyzed by the potential implications of ordinary conversations, seeing trap and betrayal in innocent statements. This hypervigilance can destroy the trust necessary for normal human relationships, while providing little protection against threats that operate through direct force rather than subtle manipulation. Former Fey contractors often find themselves isolated from human society, not by magical compulsion, but by their own inability to engage in the careless intimacy that normal relationships require. The cultural impact of Fey bargaining varies dramatically across different mortal societies, depending on their exposure to such influences and their traditional methods for managing supernatural contact. Communities that maintain regular interaction with the Feywild often develop sophisticated protocols for negotiating with the Archfey, including ritual phrases that provide protection against common forms of verbal entrapment, traditional offerings that satisfy Fey desires without compromising essential human values, and social roles specifically dedicated to serving as intermediaries who possess the training necessary for safe supernatural negotiation. The village of Thornwatch, situated near a permanent portal to the Green Lord's domain, has evolved a complex system of collective bargaining that spreads the risk of Fey contracts across their entire community. When supernatural aid becomes necessary, the village council crafts agreements that bind the entire settlement rather than individual contractors, ensuring that no single person bears the full weight of Fey prices, while creating social pressure for careful consideration of proposed terms. In contrast, isolated communities that encounter the Archfey rarely and without preparation often suffer devastating consequences from poorly conceived bargains. The town of Millhaven disappeared entirely after their mayor accepted the Bramble King's offer to make their community one with nature, failing to understand that such unity required transformation into plant life rather than harmonious coexistence with the natural world. The role of intermediaries in Fey bargaining has given rise to an entire profession of supernatural negotiators who specialize in crafting contracts that protect mortal interests while satisfying Fey requirements. These mediators command enormous fees for their services, but their expertise can mean the difference between achieving desired goals and suffering eternal torment. The most skilled practitioners combine legal training with arcane knowledge, philosophical sophistication with practical psychology, creating specialists whose understanding of both mortal and Fey nature allows them to bridge the gap between incompatible worldviews. The Academy of Liminal Arts, established by the reformed witch Madame Corvina, after her own narrow escape from a disastrous contract with the Queen of Air and Darkness, trains such intermediaries through a curriculum that combines theoretical study with carefully supervised practical experience. Students learn to think in the precise, layered language necessary for safe Fey negotiation, while maintaining the emotional authenticity that gives their words binding power. Graduation requires successfully negotiating a real contract with one of the lesser Archfey, creating specialists who understand both the theoretical principles and practical realities of supernatural diplomacy. The temporal aspects of Fey contracts create unique challenges that extend far beyond the simple problem of different timescales between mortal and immortal perspectives. Many agreements include provisions that activate only under specific future conditions, creating obligations that remain dormant for years or decades before suddenly demanding fulfillment. The descendants of long-dead contractors sometimes discover that their ancestors' bargains included hereditary clauses that pass unfulfilled obligations to subsequent generations, creating debts that compound across centuries. The merchant family of House Silverdale has struggled for 8 generations with the consequences of their founder's contract with the Summer Queen, which promised service from his bloodline until the debt is repaid. The original debt was measured not in monetary terms, but in days of perfect happiness that the Queen considered equivalent to the prosperity she had granted. Since perfect happiness proves impossible to achieve consistently, the family remains bound to provide periodic service to the Summer Court, with each generation hoping to accumulate sufficient joy to finally satisfy their inherited obligation. The evolution of Fey contract law reflects the ongoing adaptation between mortal civilization and Archfey influence, as both sides learn from previous negotiations and develop increasingly sophisticated approaches to supernatural diplomacy. Early contracts were often simple and brutal, reflecting the crude understanding that mortals possessed about Fey nature and the equally limited comprehension that immortals had regarding human psychology. Modern agreements tend to be far more complex but also more equitable, as centuries of experience have taught both parties the importance of sustainable rather than exploitative relationships. The Council of Courts, an informal diplomatic body that includes representatives from all major Archfey factions, has begun developing standardized contract templates that provide basic protection for mortal contractors, while ensuring that Fey interests receive appropriate consideration. These model agreements cannot eliminate the fundamental risks of supernatural bargaining, but they do reduce the likelihood of tragic misunderstandings that benefit no one and create lasting resentment between the mortal and Fey communities. The most sophisticated modern contracts include detailed definitions of all key terms, explicit timelines for performance and payment, clear procedures for resolving disputes, and graduated penalty structures that allow for partial compliance rather than total fulfillment or complete failure. These safeguards transform Fey bargaining from a form of supernatural gambling into a legitimate method for achieving goals that require resources beyond mortal capability. Yet even the most carefully crafted contracts cannot entirely eliminate the fundamental risks that arise when finite beings negotiate with immortal entities whose motivations and values remain largely incomprehensible. The alien logic of the Archfey ensures that even perfect understanding of contract terms cannot fully predict how those terms will be interpreted and enforced under circumstances that the original negotiators could not foresee. As we contemplate the delicate dance of mortal need and Fey desire that unfolds whenever desperate souls seek supernatural solutions to earthly problems, we confront fundamental questions about the nature of free will, fair exchange, and the prices we are willing to pay for our deepest desires. In the careful words of Fey Contracts, we see reflected our own relationship with language, truth, and the dangerous power of getting exactly what we ask for. The eternal marketplace where mortal dreams meet immortal whims continues to operate at every crossroads where hope encounters desperation, where human limitation meets supernatural possibility, where the careful precision of Fey honesty transforms the most innocent wishes into contracts that bind souls with threads more durable than steel, more permanent than stone, more inescapable than the turning of the world itself. Chapter 12. The Eternal Dance. In the end, all stories become one story, the eternal tale of desire meeting consequence, of power confronting limitation, of love transforming into loss, and loss discovering renewal, in forms too strange for mortal hearts to easily recognize. When we have witnessed the rise and fall of countless heroes, the birth and death of infinite dreams, the endless cycle of hope and despair that drives all existence forward, we begin to understand that the Archfey are not separate from us, but reflections of our own deepest nature, mirrors that show us what we become when our fundamental drives are freed from the constraints of mortality, time, and consequence. As our journey through the courts of the Archfey draws toward its conclusion, we find ourselves not at an ending, but at a threshold. The recognition that every tale we have witnessed forms part of a vast, interconnected pattern that spans not just the Feywild, but the entire multiverse, touching every realm where consciousness dares to dream of transcending its current limitations. The Summer Queen's burning passion, the Prince of Frost's crystallized sorrow, the Queen of Air and Darkness's sophisticated mystery, the Green Lord's primal honesty, all represent facets of a single, incomprehensible jewel, whose true nature can only be glimpsed when viewed from perspectives that encompass the totality of existence itself. The cyclical nature of the Archfey courts reveals itself as more than mere repetition, but as spiral progression, where each revolution through familiar patterns carries the participants to subtly different levels of understanding, experience, and power. The conflicts between summer and winter that have raged since the dawn of the Feywild are not the same war fought endlessly, but rather infinite variations on themes so fundamental that they must be explored through every possible permutation before their ultimate meaning can be fully comprehended. This eternal dance serves functions that extend far beyond the mere entertainment of immortal beings bored by endless existence. Each cycle, each conflict, each alliance and betrayal creates ripples that influence the development of consciousness throughout the multiverse. When the Summer Queen wages war against the forces of concealment, her victory or defeat determines whether entire civilizations will develop cultures that prize transparency over privacy. When the Green Lord's wild hunt rides across dimensional boundaries, the trail they leave shapes the relationship between countless worlds and their natural environments. The Archfey thus serve as more than rulers of their individual domains. They function as cosmic forces that actively participate in the ongoing creation of reality itself, their personal dramas becoming the mechanisms through which fundamental principles of existence work themselves out across infinite scales of space and time. Their immortal perspectives allow them to perceive patterns invisible to shorter-lived beings, while their emotional authenticity ensures that these patterns remain connected to the basic drives that motivate all conscious action. The tragic irony that defines their existence, possessing infinite power while being bound by their own perfect natures, reflects a deeper truth about the relationship between freedom and identity, between choice and character. The Archfey cannot change because they embody pure archetypal forces, yet their inability to change is precisely what gives them the consistency necessary to serve as stable anchors in a multiverse of constant flux. They are simultaneously the most free beings in existence, having transcended every external limitation, and the most constrained, being bound by the very perfection that grants them their power. This paradox illuminates the nature of true power itself. that ultimate strength comes not from the ability to do anything but from the wisdom to choose what should be done, that perfect freedom emerges not from absence of constraint, but from alignment with principles so fundamental that following them becomes indistinguishable from absolute autonomy. The Archfey demonstrate that evolution beyond mortal limitation does not lead to escape from all limitation, but rather to embrace of limitations so profound and meaningful that they become sources of strength rather than weakness. The lessons embedded in their eternal conflicts speak to every being struggling with the tension between desire and wisdom, between what they want and what they need, between the person they are and the person they aspire to become. In the Summer Queen's quest for perfect beauty, we see reflected our own relationships with idealism and the dangers of pursuing perfection at the expense of human warmth. In the Prince of Frost's preservation of eternal sorrow, we recognize our own tendencies to choose familiar pain over uncertain healing, to prefer the clarity of despair to the ambiguity of hope. The Queen of Air and Darkness reveals the seductive appeal of secrets and mystery, the way that hidden knowledge provides a sense of power and sophistication that often proves more satisfying than the knowledge itself. Her court reminds us that some truths are too dangerous for unrestricted revelation, while others remain hidden only to maintain their mystique, and that wisdom lies in distinguishing between necessary secrecy and self-indulgent mystification. The Green Lord's domain confronts us with questions about our place in the natural order, forcing recognition that our technological achievements and cultural sophistication do not exempt us from the fundamental laws that govern all life. His Wild Hunt serves as reminder that consciousness and civilization represent not escape from natural law, but participation in its ongoing evolution, new forms of complexity emerging from the same forces that drive the growth of forests and the migration of animal herds. Baba Yaga's Wandering Hut carries wisdom about the relationship between teacher and student, about the necessity of earning understanding through struggle rather than receiving it as gift. Her iron teeth remind us that truth often hurts those unprepared to receive it, while her willingness to deliver such truth, despite its painful nature, demonstrates the kind of compassion that transcends mere kindness. The Maiden of the Moon illuminates the landscape of dreams and unconscious desires, showing how the boundaries between sleeping and waking consciousness shape our understanding of reality and possibility. Her silver paths remind us that some territories of the mind can be explored only through surrender of conscious control, that inspiration and insight often emerge from regions of awareness that rational thought cannot directly access. The Bramble King forces confrontation with nature's capacity for cruelty, with the recognition that the same forces that nurture life also consume it, that beauty and terror intertwine in patterns too complex for simple moral categories. His carnivorous court serves as warning about the dangers of romanticizing natural processes while remaining blind to their actual requirements and consequences. The Twilight court demonstrates the possibility of finding strength in balance rather than dominance, of achieving influence through wisdom rather than force, of serving cosmic necessity rather than personal desire. Their eternal vigil reminds us that the most important work is often the least visible, that preventing disasters requires more skill than responding to them. The Eldest's ancient presence reveals both the ultimate reward and the unbearable burden of accumulated experience, showing how wisdom itself can become a form of isolation when it transcends the perspectives that make normal relationships possible. This primordial consciousness serves as warning about the prices of ultimate knowledge, while demonstrating that some beings consider such prices worth paying. The complex negotiations between mortals and Archfey expose the fundamental challenges that arise whenever finite beings attempt to bargain with infinite powers, revealing how desire blinds judgment and how hope can become its own form of trap. These supernatural contracts serve as metaphors for every situation where we seek solutions to problems we do not fully understand through methods whose consequences we cannot predict. Yet the Archfey courts also demonstrate that transcendence is possible, that consciousness can evolve beyond its current limitations, that the fundamental drives which motivate all sentient action can find expression in forms more beautiful and terrible than ordinary existence allows. Their eternal dance reveals patterns that connect every individual struggle to cosmic principles, showing how personal growth participates in universal evolution. The multiverse itself appears to depend upon this ongoing tension between mortal limitation and immortal perfection, between the chaos of unrestricted possibility and the order of archetypal principle. The Archfey serve as bridges between these extremes, embodying pure forms while remaining accessible to impure consciousness, demonstrating what mortals might become while preserving connection to what they currently are. Their influence extends far beyond the boundaries of the Feywild to touch every realm where beings dare to dream of transformation, where consciousness struggles to understand its own nature, where the eternal questions of existence receive temporary answers that immediately generate new and deeper inquiries. Artists inspired by visions they cannot remember, heroes driven by ideals they cannot articulate, lovers pursuing unity they cannot achieve, all carry traces of Fey influence, fragments of the eternal dance that plays out on scales, both cosmic and intimate. The stories of the Archfey ultimately reveal that existence itself operates according to narrative principles, that consciousness and story are not separate phenomena, but aspects of a single process through which the universe comes to understand itself. Every individual life participates in this vast tale of awakening, contributing chapters to an epic whose scope encompasses not just personal transformation, but the evolution of reality itself. In their perfect imperfection, their eternal temporality, their infinite limitation, the Archfey demonstrate that evolution does not lead to escape from paradox, but to deeper appreciation of paradox as the fundamental structure of existence. They show us that the most profound truths cannot be spoken directly, but must be experienced through stories that simultaneously reveal and conceal their meaning, that wisdom emerges not from resolution of mystery, but from sustained engagement with mystery's deepest implications. The eternal dance continues across all realities, as ancient as consciousness itself, and as fresh as each moment's unique configuration of possibility and constraint. In its endless variations, we find reflected every story ever told, and every story yet to be imagined, the infinite permutations of desire, meeting consequence, power confronting limitation, love discovering loss, and loss finding renewal, in forms that transform the very meaning of love itself. As we step back from our journey through the courts of the Archfey, we carry with us not answers, but better questions, not solutions but deeper appreciation for the elegant complexity of existence, not escape from the human condition, but enhanced understanding of what it means to be conscious in a universe where consciousness itself represents the most beautiful and dangerous force ever unleashed upon the fabric of reality. The dance goes on, as it always has and always will, inviting every being capable of movement to participate in its eternal choreography, to add their own steps to the vast pattern that connects every heart to every other heart, across the infinite spaces where dreams touch reality, and reality dreams of becoming something more than it has ever been before.